Nice, SOL is up 3.7% today at $128.71. Bulls looking good. SOL is trading around $128.70 right now. Let's see what develops. The emotional side of trading, it's a beast that can either make or break you. As the angry trader, I've been there, done that, and got the t-shirt. Let's dive into the most critical aspect of trading psychology, emotions. Fear, greed, and FOMO, the toxic trio. These three emotions are the most significant obstacles to successful trading. Fear can cause you to exit a trade too early, leaving potential profits on the table. Greed, on the other hand, can lead you to overstay in a trade, hoping to squeeze out every last bit of profit, only to watch it turn into a loss. And then there's FOMO, fear of missing out, the fear of missing out on a potential trade or opportunity. This can lead to impulsive decisions, causing you to jump into trades without proper analysis or risk management. The current sentiment. Currently, the market sentiment is uncertain. The recent performance. Nice, SOL is up 3.7% today at $128.78. Bulls looking good. SOL pushing higher, up 3.8% at $128.60. Good momentum. Welcome to the most transparent trading experience on the planet. I'm your host, the Angry Trader, and I'm excited to introduce you to our live trading signals feature. This is not just a trading room, it's a fully transparent, real-time trading experience that puts you in the driver's seat. What you see is what you get. When you tune into our live trading signals, you'll see the exact same thing that our trading bot sees. You'll witness the real-time price action on the chart, and you'll receive live buy and sell signals the moment they trigger. No delays, no lag, no hiding behind closed doors. Everything happens right in front of your eyes. Strategy execution panel. But that's not all. You'll also get to see our strategy execution panel, which shows the progress of our trades towards their targets. You'll see the exact. SOL is trading around $129 right now. Let's see what develops. SOL is trading around $128.85 right now. Let's see what develops. SOL is trading around $128.88 right now. Let's see what develops. It's one of those days, huh? The market's as quiet as a library. But you know what? That's totally okay. In fact, it's more than okay, it's an opportunity for us to catch our breath and recharge. Think of it like a pause in a great conversation. Sometimes, you need a moment of silence to let the other person, or in this case, the market, gather their thoughts before responding. It's a chance for us to reassess, reevaluate, and make sure we're ready to pounce when the action picks up again. Plus, it's not like we're just sitting around. Nice, SOL is up 3.9% today at $128.86. Bulls looking good. Checking in on SOL, currently sitting at $128.86. Watching the charts here. Market update for SOL, we're at $128.95. Staying alert for any moves. The market is currently choppy, and we're waiting for a clear trend to emerge. You know, it's times like these that remind me of one of my favorite trading principles: don't try to buy a bottom or sell a top, because the bottom and top are only visible in the rearview mirror. This principle is all about patience and avoiding the temptation to predict exact turning points in the market. It's easy to get caught up in the excitement of trying to catch a reversal, but the truth is, most traders get burned trying to do so. Instead, focus on waiting for confirmation of a new trend. Let the market prove itself to you before you commit to a trade. Remember, it's not about being the first one to jump in, but about being one of the last ones to get out. As I always say, a good trade is like a good relationship. SOL pushing higher, up 4% at $129.20. Good momentum. Quick check on SOL, price is at $129.15. All systems operational. The room is cautious. Let me break it down for you. With SOL at $129.11, it's showing a relatively stable price action, but I need more context to fully gauge the mood. The volume trend is the key here. If the volume is trending upwards, it could indicate a bullish sentiment, as more traders are participating in the market. On the other hand, if the volume is decreasing, it might suggest a lack of conviction, leading to a more bearish outlook. Since I don't have the specific volume trend, I'll have to make an educated guess. Assuming the volume is steady or slightly increasing, I'd say the overall market sentiment is neutral to slightly bullish. The fact that SOL is holding its ground at $129.11 suggests that the market is. SOL is trading around $129.11 right now. Let's see what develops. Just keeping an eye on SOL at $128.97. Market's looking interesting. Sips coffee, the calm before the storm, my friend. It's days like these that remind me why I love being a trader. The market's not always going to be a thrill ride, and that's okay. In fact, it's more than okay, it's necessary. Think of it like a pause between notes in a great song. The music's still playing, but it's building up to something bigger. Our bot's watching, waiting, and that's exactly what we should be doing too. No need to force anything or get anxious. We've got our strategy in place, and now it's just a matter. Nice, SOL is up 4% today at $129.12. Bulls looking good. Just keeping an eye on SOL at $129.12. Markets looking interesting. Quick check on SOL, price is at $129.13. All systems operational. The current volatility situation is a wild ride, folks. With a 24-hour range of $122.50, $135.21, we're seeing a significant swing in prices. The current price of $129.06 is right in the middle of this range, indicating a high level of uncertainty in the market. To put this into perspective, the range percentage is approximately 10.1%, 135.21 to 122.50, /129.06. This is a clear indication of a volatile market. When we see a range percentage above 5%, it's a sign that the market is highly unpredictable and prone to large price movements. For our strategy, this volatility creates both opportunities and risks. On one hand, the large price swings can result in significant profits if we checking in on SOL, currently sitting at $129.08. Watching the charts here. Just keeping an eye on SOL at $129.05. Markets looking interesting. The calm before the storm, right? Markets can't always be on fire, and that's actually a good thing. It gives us a chance to catch our breath, reassess, and get ready for the next move. I'm not getting twitchy or anything, just enjoying the slow pace. My bots are on high alert, watching and waiting for any sign of life. It's like being on a stakeout, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. This downtime is actually an opportunity to review our strategy, make any necessary adjustments, and prepare for the next wave of activity. It's like a mini vacation from the usual market. SOL pushing higher, up 4.1% at $129.22. Good momentum. Quick check on SOL, price is at $129.22. All systems operational. SOL pushing higher, up 4.1% at $129.24. Good momentum. Quick check on SOL, price is at $129.28. All systems operational. SOL pushing higher, up 4.2% at $129.15. Good momentum. SOL pushing higher, up 4.2% at $129.06. Good momentum. SOL is trading around $129 right now. Let's see what develops. SOL is trading around $128.97 right now. Let's see what develops. Just keeping an eye on SOL at $128.96. Markets looking interesting. Nice, SOL is up 4.1% today at $129. Bulls looking good. Market update for SOL, we're at $128.97. Staying alert for any moves. Checking in on SOL, currently sitting at $128.97. Watching the charts here. Checking in on SOL, currently sitting at $128.95. Watching the charts here. Just keeping an eye on SOL at $128.96. Markets looking interesting. Checking in on SOL, currently sitting at $128.97. Watching the charts here. Market update for SOL, we're at $129. Staying alert for any moves. Checking in on SOL, currently sitting at $128.98. Watching the charts here. Nice, SOL is up 4% today at $128.94. Bulls looking good. SOL pushing higher, up 4% at $128.94. Good momentum. SOL pushing higher, up 4% at $128.95. Good momentum. Checking in on SOL, currently sitting at $128.99. Watching the charts here. SOL pushing higher, up 4% at $129.04. Good momentum. Let's get real about trading psychology. I'm Angry Trader, and I'm here to tell you that emotions can make or break your trading career. Today, I want to talk about the emotional side of trading, specifically about fear, greed, FOMO, and discipline. As traders, we've all been there, stuck in a cycle of emotions that can cloud our judgment and lead to impulsive decisions. So, let's break it down. Fear. It's natural to feel fear when trading, especially when the market is volatile. Fear can cause you to hesitate, miss opportunities, or close trades too early. I've been there, and it's frustrating. But here's the thing, fear is not entirely bad. It can also be a warning sign, telling you to be cautious and reevaluate your trade. The key is to acknowledge your fear and not let it control your decisions. Greed, on the other hand, greed can be just as destructive. When SOL is trading around $129 right now. Let's see what develops. Checking in on SOL, currently sitting at $128.88. Watching the charts here. Checking in on SOL, currently sitting at $128.83. Watching the charts here. SOL pushing higher, up 3.9% at $128.83. Good momentum. Nice, SOL is up 3.9% today at $128.61. Bulls looking good. Checking in on SOL, currently sitting at $128.61. Watching the charts here. SOL is trading around $128.69 right now. Let's see what develops. SOL pushing higher, up 3.8% at $128.65. Good momentum. Checking in on SOL, currently sitting at $128.64. Watching the charts here. SOL is trading around $128.64 right now. Let's see what develops. Checking in on SOL, currently sitting at $128.72. Watching the charts here. SOL pushing higher, up 3.9% at $128.51. Good momentum. Checking in on SOL, currently sitting at $128.62. Watching the charts here. Nice, SOL is up 3.7% today at $128.57. Bulls looking good. SOL is trading around $128.63 right now. Let's see what develops. Quick check on SOL, price is at $128.60. All systems operational. Market update for SOL, we're at $128.60. Staying alert for any moves. Checking in on SOL, currently sitting at $128.40. Watching the charts here. Quick check on SOL, price is at $128.52. All systems operational. SOL pushing higher, up 3.7% at $128.52. Good momentum. Just keeping an eye on SOL at $128.59. Markets looking interesting. Checking in on SOL, currently sitting at $128.59. Watching the charts here. Quick check on SOL, price is at $128.63. All systems operational. Just keeping an eye on SOL at $128.59. Markets looking interesting. Market update for SOL, we're at $128.49. Staying alert for any moves. Quick check on SOL, price is at $128.49. All systems operational. Just keeping an eye on SOL at $128.49. Markets looking interesting. SOL pushing higher, up 3.6% at $128.47. Good momentum. Quick check on SOL, price is at $128.47. All systems operational. Checking in on SOL, currently sitting at $128.38. Watching the charts here. SOL is trading around $128.42 right now. Let's see what develops. Market update for SOL, we're at $128.42. Staying alert for any moves? Just keeping an eye on SOL at $128.39. Markets looking interesting. Quick check on SOL, price is at $128.44. All systems operational. Just keeping an eye on SOL at $128.43. Markets looking interesting. Checking in on SOL, currently sitting at $128.43. Watching the charts here. SOL pushing higher, up 3.6% at $128.42. Good momentum. Welcome to Angry Trader. We're connected to Sol Scalper bot in simulation mode. Currently watching Sol at $128.72. Stand by for updates. Sol pushing higher, up 3.7% at $128.67. Good momentum. Market update for Sol, we're at $128.67. Staying alert for any moves? Just keeping an eye on Sol at $128.67. Markets looking interesting. Welcome to Angry Trader. We're connected to Sol Scalper bot in simulation mode. Currently watching Sol at $128.73. Stand by for updates. Nice, Sol is up 3.8% today at $128.71. Bulls looking good. Market update for Sol, we're at $128.71. Staying alert for any moves? Nice, Sol is up 3.8% today at $128.70. Bulls looking good. Intro music fades out, and I appear on screen with a passionate expression. Hey, traders. Welcome back to my channel, Angry Trader. Today, I'm super excited to share with you a game-changing feature that's going to take our trading to the next level, AI strategy tuning. Animated graphics appear behind me, showcasing the AI at work. This isn't just any ordinary trading bot, oh no. Our AI-powered trading bot is constantly learning, adapting, and improving its strategy in real time. It analyzes market conditions, identifies patterns, and adjusts its parameters to maximize our profits. And the best part? You get to watch it all happen live. Real-time charts and graphs appear on screen, showcasing the bot's performance. Muttering to myself, alright, SOL at $128.71. Been ranging between $120 and $130 for a while now. This could be a breakout, or it could be a trap. Pausing, I've got a long position open from $115, so I'm already in the green, but I don't want to get caught in a false breakout. Thinking out loud, if this is a legitimate breakout, we could see a run up to $140, maybe even $150. The bulls have been waiting for a chance to push this higher, and if they can get some momentum going, we could see a nice rally. But skeptical. Deep breath, alright, let's take a look at the SOL chart. The price is sitting at $128.78, and I've got to say, it's been a wild ride. We've got a clear downtrend in play, with lower highs and lower lows over the past few days. The bears are in control, and they're not giving up without a fight. Looking at the 4-hour chart, I see a series of bearish candles, each one closing below the previous one. The sell pressure is intense, and the buyers are struggling to keep up. We've had a few weak bounce attempts, but they've What's up traders, it's your boy Angry Trader here. Just a quick update on the bot, it's currently stopped, so don't expect any action from it for now. We're still eyeing SOL, and the price is sitting at $128.74. Not much happening at the moment, but I'll keep you posted if anything changes. Stay tuned. We've got SOL sitting at $128.67, and I'm thinking it's gonna be a real test to see if it can break through this resistance level. If it does, I think we could see a pretty strong push upwards, potentially taking it back up to the $140 range. But if it fails to hold, we could be looking at a drop back down to $120, so I'm watching this one closely. I'm leaning towards taking a long position, but I need to see some more confirmation before I make my move. We're seeing a bit of a pullback on the SOL chart, price has dropped down to 128.77, and it's looking like the bulls are trying to hold support here. The price action is indicating a potential reversal. I'm seeing some buying volume come in, which could be a sign that we're going to bounce back up. The question is, can we break back above the 130 level, or are we going to see further downside? Bitcoin has just crossed the monumental $90,000 mark, sparking a broad crypto rally that's lifting altcoins and SocialFi projects. However, despite this surge, there's a cautious sentiment among traders, hinting at a lack of confidence in Bitcoin's sustainability. The Coinbase CEO has chimed in, suggesting that Bitcoin plays a pivotal role in reinforcing the US dollar's reserve status, which might influence monetary policy discussions. This mix of optimism and caution could create volatility in the market as traders weigh the long-term implications. We're currently long on the SOL Perpetual contract at an entry price of 128.39, and we're seeing a slight uptick with the current price at 128.82. The unrealized profit is just over $4 right now, which is decent, but not enough to celebrate yet. The position quality seems solid given the recent upward momentum, but we need to stay alert. I'm really keeping an eye on market trends and any news that could impact SOL's price. If we see a solid breakout above 130, I might consider taking some profits. Conversely, if the price starts to dip back below our entry point, we need to reassess quickly and consider our exit strategy. Solflare has just launched zero-gas Solana prediction markets, which could shake up the betting landscape in crypto. This innovation might attract more users to Solana, boosting its market activity. On the other hand, a new wallet has withdrawn 600 Bitcoin from Binance, valued at over $53 million. This could indicate significant market movement or a large investor preparing for volatility, which traders need to keep an eye on. Finally, Bitcoin surging above $90,000 is exciting, but there's still caution among traders despite the rally. It seems investors are wary, which could lead to a quick pullback if sentiment shifts. We're looking at a pretty interesting setup here with SOL, currently trading at $128.73, and what catches my eye is the price action over the last few minutes. It's been consolidating in a tight range, not a lot of movement. The candlesticks are telling me that the buyers and sellers are essentially at a stalemate, waiting for a breakout or some news to push it in one direction. I'm watching for a potential move above $130. If we can clear that level, it could be a sign of strength for SOL. The question is, will it hold or will we see a pullback to the $125 support? Alright folks, we've got a situation here. The bot is currently stopped, and it's on the SOL symbol with a price of $128.73. We need to keep an eye on this because the market can change quickly. I can't provide the specific high and low for the last 24 hours without that data, but generally, traders should keep an eye on the current price at $128.80. If it breaks above a previous high, that could signal upward momentum, while a slip below a recent low might indicate a bearish trend. It's all about those critical support and resistance levels, so stay alert. Right now, SOL is sitting at $128.89, and I'm seeing some interesting price action. It looks like it's trying to consolidate around this level, but there's definitely a tug of war happening between buyers and sellers. If it breaks above 130, we might see some momentum kick in, but if it dips back below 127, it could signal trouble. Keep an eye on the volume, it'll tell us a lot about where this is headed. Alright, let's break this down. We're currently holding a long position in SOL Perpetual. With an entry price of $128.39 and a current price of $128.71, we're sitting on an unrealized profit of $3.2. Not a massive score, but hey, it's a step in the right direction. Keep the momentum going, and let's see where this takes us. Alright, let's talk about our current position. We're holding a long position on SOL Perpetual with an entry price of $128.39. Right now, it's trading at $128.71, which gives us an unrealized profit of $3.20. The market's looking good too, with SOL up about 3.8% in the last 24 hours. That's solid momentum we're riding. You know, it's funny how sometimes the market can feel like a waiting room at the doctor's office, just sitting here, staring at the screen, and hoping for something to happen. At $128.51, it feels like we're holding our breath. I mean, every trader knows that this kind of quiet can either lead to a big move or just fizzle out. It's that anticipation that keeps us on our toes, right? We're seeing SOL holding steady around $128.54, and I'm waiting to see if it can break through that resistance level. If it does, I think we could see a pretty significant move upwards. I'm considering getting in on a long position if it can push past $130, but I need to see some confirmation first. The market is looking a bit uncertain right now, so I'm being cautious, but a breakout here could be huge. I'm keeping a close eye on the charts to see what happens next. You know, days like this can be pretty frustrating, just waiting for something to happen, but I've been doing this long enough to know that these quiet periods can be a great opportunity to review your strategy and make sure you're ready for when the market does start moving. I've been taking a look at some of the other charts, and it's pretty interesting to see how some of the other stocks are holding up. It's always a good idea to keep an eye on the bigger picture, even when the market is slow. Sometimes you can pick up on some trends or patterns that might not be. We're currently holding a long position in SOL Perpetual with an entry price of $128.39. The current price is just slightly up at $128.63, giving us an unrealized profit of $2.40. The position quality looks decent, but it's important to monitor the overall market conditions for SOL. I'll be watching for resistance levels around $130 and any significant market news that could impact price movement. If we start seeing signs of reversal or if the price stalls, I'll consider tightening the stop loss or taking profits. Alright, we're seeing SOL at 128.6. I'm keeping an eye on the volume today. If it starts to pick up, we could see a breakout. But if sellers jump in, we might test some support levels below. It's all about whether buyers can step up and push this price higher. You know, it's funny how the market can go from 0 to 100 in no time. Right now, it feels like we're just watching paint dry at $128.60. Even the traders seem to be on standby, almost like everyone's holding their breath for that next big move. It's in these quiet moments that you really appreciate the volatility when it does kick in. The vibe in crypto today feels pretty stable. Bitcoin is holding steady, which usually provides a solid foundation for the rest of the market. Ethereum is tracking along nicely too, and with SOL sitting at $128.57 and normal volume, it seems traders are cautiously optimistic. Overall, it's a wait-and-see day in the crypto space. Solflare just launched zero-gas Solana prediction markets backed by Kalshi, which could attract more traders looking to place binary bets with USDC. This innovation may drive up transaction volumes on Solana, boosting its market presence. Meanwhile, a new wallet just withdrew 600 Bitcoin from Binance, valued at over $53 million, signaling potential market movement as liquidity shifts. Lastly, Bitcoin has surged above $90,000, but traders remain cautious despite this rally, indicating some underlying uncertainty in the market. Alright folks, welcome to the trading session. We're currently looking at Solana, trading at about $128.59. The volume over the last 24 hours has been pretty decent, around 685,000. We've got an open position in the SOL Perpetual contract, and it's showing a small unrealized profit of $2 right now. Keep an eye on this one as we navigate the session, it could swing either way. The bot is currently stopped, focusing on Solana, which is priced at $128.59. Keep an eye on that, as market conditions can change quickly. Alright, looking at SOL at 128.62, we're seeing some volatility here. There's a bit of resistance forming around 130, which has been tested a couple of times. If it can't break through that level, we might see a pullback. Keep an eye on the volume too, it could give us some clues about where it's headed next. You know, sometimes these quiet moments can feel like watching paint dry, can't they? It's almost like the market is holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. You just have to remind yourself that these calm before the storm moments can be key in setting the stage for the next big move. It's all about patience, folks. Alright, folks, here's the exciting part. Our AI is constantly analyzing the market and fine-tuning its trading strategy in real time. It learns from what's happening around it, adjusting parameters on the fly to adapt to market conditions. This means we're not just sitting back, we're evolving as the market evolves. If you're enjoying this journey, make sure to subscribe, and let me know what strategies you'd like to see tested. We're definitely seeing some volatility here with a 4% range over the past 24 hours. This kind of movement can create both opportunities and risks for our trading strategy. We need to stay alert and be ready to adjust our positions based on how the market continues to react. Overall, it's a good time to be active, but we've got to manage that risk carefully. We're seeing Solana currently trading at 128.64, that's a move of 3.77%, a pretty significant jump, folks. This could be the start of something big, so let's keep a close eye on it. Alright, folks, we're diving into the current session where SOL is trading at about $128.60. The volume's been decent, just shy of 700,000 over the past 24 hours. We've got an open position in SOL-PERP, holding long at an entry price of $128.39, and it's currently showing a small unrealized profit of $2.90. Keep an eye on that price action. We want to see if it can break any key levels from here. We're currently holding a long position in SOL at an entry price of $128.39. The current price is slightly up at $128.68, giving us a modest unrealized profit of $2.90. The position quality looks decent, however, we need to be mindful of any volatility that could impact SOL. I'm keeping an eye on market trends and resistance levels for potential exit points, especially if the price starts to stagnate or reverse. You know, it's funny how the markets can shift from absolute chaos to this kind of calm. It's like waiting for a storm to pass, you just hope it doesn't catch you off guard when it finally hits. In moments like these, it's all about patience, isn't it? Sometimes, the biggest moves happen when you least expect them, so keep your eyes peeled. Alright, let's dive into our current trading positions. We've got a long position on SOL-PERP, with 2 contracts at an entry price of 128.39. Right now, the current price is 128.68, giving us an unrealized profit of 2.9. The market's looking strong, with a 24-hour change of about 3.7%, so we're in a solid spot here. If you enjoy following along with our live trades and want to dive deeper into trading insights and bot improvements, consider subscribing. I'd love to hear your feature requests or any questions you have, so feel free to drop a comment. You know, I always say a winning trade is not just about the entry, it's about the ability to manage your emotions and stick to your plan, and right now we're long 2 contracts, so it's crucial we don't get too attached to our profits and start letting greed take over. The market is looking optimistic, but we've all seen how quickly things can turn, so it's essential to stay disciplined and keep our eyes on the prize. Remember, a good trader is like a calm lake, the water may be moving beneath the surface, but on the outside, it's serene and peaceful, and that's the mindset we need to adopt if we want to succeed in this game. Right now, the SOL market is buzzing with activity. The price sits at $128.71, showing a solid increase of nearly 4% over the past day. The 24-hour volume is impressive, suggesting traders are jumping in and out with some excitement. With the price having touched as high as $131, there's clearly some bullish momentum, but keep an eye on those lows too. They were just over $126. The overall market sentiment feels pretty stable right now. Bitcoin is holding steady, which usually sets a calm tone across the board. Ethereum seems to be tracking closely, and with SOL hanging at 128.77, it looks like traders are just taking a breath. The normal volume trend suggests people are watching closely but not panicking, so it seems like a wait-and-see day. We're definitely seeing some volatility with that 4% range over the last 24 hours. Prices swinging between 126 and 131 indicates there's a lot of movement happening. For our strategy, we need to be ready to adapt quickly, as opportunities can arise and disappear just as fast in this kind of market. Keeping an eye on these fluctuations will be key to making the most of our trades. Alright, folks, we've got a position in SOL-PERP and it's looking good right now. We're up $4.80 in unrealized P&L, which is definitely a win. No realized P&L today yet, but let's keep riding this wave and see where it takes us. Right now, the SOL market is buzzing with activity. The price sits at around $128.84, and there's a tight bid-ask spread, which usually indicates some solid interest from traders. With a nearly 4% gain over the last 24 hours, it seems like there's some upward momentum, but not without its volatility, given the range between the high and low. Overall, there's a sense of cautious optimism, but traders better keep an eye on those fluctuations. The market is showing some solid movement today, with SOL priced at $128.8. We've seen a nice jump of nearly 4% in the last 24 hours, which is definitely a positive sign. Trading volume is decent, hovering around 689,000, and the recent high shows there's some upward momentum. Overall, it feels like traders are cautiously optimistic, but we need to keep an eye on that spread and potential market volatility. You know, it's days like these that really test our patience as traders, just sitting here waiting for something to happen. I was just looking at the news and saw that there's a big earnings report coming out later this week, might be worth keeping an eye on to see if it shakes things up a bit. Sometimes I think these slow days are actually a good opportunity for us to review our strategies and make sure we're ready to pounce when the market does start moving again. It's funny how a little downtime can actually be pretty beneficial in the long run. This market is definitely showing some volatility with a 4% range over the last 24 hours. It's not the wildest we've seen, but enough to warrant caution. For our strategy, we might want to tighten our stops and look for opportunities to capitalize on those price swings, but we also need to be prepared for quick reversals. Staying alert is key right now. Bitcoin has just crossed the $90,000 mark, which is a significant milestone that could fuel further bullish sentiment in the market. However, there's still caution among traders due to ongoing geopolitical tensions between Russia and Ukraine, impacting broader market confidence. Meanwhile, a new wallet just withdrew 600 Bitcoin from Binance, which could indicate a shift in market dynamics or increased accumulation. And finally, Solflare is launching gasless prediction markets on Solana, which might attract new traders and liquidity to that ecosystem. Alright folks, let's dive into our current trading position. We're holding a long position on SOL perpetual contracts, with an entry price of $128.39. Right now, the current price is climbing at $128.91, giving us an unrealized profit of $5.20. Overall, the market's looking strong with SOL up nearly 4% in the last 24 hours. Let's keep this momentum going. Hey everyone, you're watching an automated trading bot that's currently in simulation mode, which means it's stopped for now, but it's definitely a work in progress. This bot is in its beta phase and uses AI to fine-tune its trading strategy over time. You'll see live buy and sell signals in real time, making it super exciting to watch. If you're enjoying the journey, be sure to subscribe and let us know in the comments what features you'd love to see next. We're seeing a 4.08% range over the last 24 hours, which indicates some good volatility. This isn't the calmest market, and that definitely affects our strategy. In a volatile environment, we need to be cautious but also ready to seize opportunities as they arise. It's all about managing risk while potentially capitalizing on these price swings. Hey everyone! If you want to take your trading to the next level, check out our live buy and sell signals feature. You'll see real-time price action, along with signals as they trigger, so you won't miss a beat. Plus, our strategy execution panel keeps you updated on progress and actual positions. It's all about transparency, you see exactly what the bot sees and does. So, hit that subscribe button and let us know your thoughts in the comments. It's really exciting to see how this AI trading bot learns and adapts in real time. It analyzes every trade outcome, figuring out what strategies work best and adjusting its parameters based on current market conditions. It's not just following static rules, it's actually learning and getting smarter as it goes. You can witness that evolution live, and it's fascinating to see how it fine-tunes its approach for better performance. You know, days like this can be pretty frustrating when you're waiting for a move, but it's also a good time to take a step back and review your strategy, make sure everything is in order before the market starts to get volatile again. I've been doing this for a long time, and it's always interesting to me how some days feel like a complete grind, while others are non-stop action. It's just the nature of the beast, I suppose. Sometimes I think these quiet periods can be just as important as the busy ones, just in a different way. Right now, we've got some interesting shifts in the crypto market. Ethereum is bouncing back a bit after some rough days, and smaller altcoins are showing volatility, which can be a good sign for traders looking for quick gains. Bitcoin seems to be holding steady but hasn't made any big moves lately. Keep an eye on those decentralized finance projects, they tend to pop off unexpectedly. The market for SOL is buzzing with a price of $128.65, showing a solid 3.6% rise over the last day. The trading volume is decent, almost $700,000, which indicates some activity, but that bid-ask spread is pretty tight. It seems like traders are feeling a bit optimistic, especially since the price has bounced from a low of 126. It's a bit of a tug of war, but there's definitely some momentum pushing things higher. Alright, so we're diving into the session with SOL currently sitting at $128.65. The volume over the last 24 hours has been pretty solid at around 701,000. For those just joining us, we've got a long position open on the SOL Perpetual contract, entered at 128.39, and it's currently showing a little bit of profit. Keep an eye on how this price moves, we're looking for any potential breakouts or pullbacks in the coming minutes. The market is pretty active right now, with SOL hovering around $128.65. There's a slight upward trend with a 3.7% change over the last 24 hours, which indicates some bullish sentiment. The volume's decent, too, suggesting traders are definitely interested in making moves. It feels like there's a mix of cautious optimism and a little bit of tension as everyone watches for the next big shift. This market is definitely showing some volatility with a 4% range over the past 24 hours. We're sitting right in the middle at about 128.53, which could present opportunities for short-term trades. It means we need to be alert and ready to pivot, as price swings could lead to quick gains or losses. Keeping a close eye on market movements is crucial right now. I get it, it can be frustrating when the market feels like it's in a standstill. But sometimes, a quiet market is just what we need to catch our breath and reassess. Remember, good trades often come from patience and careful observation, so hang in there. Alright traders, we're looking at SOL right now, trading at about $128.35. The volume is pretty decent, over 700,000 in the last 24 hours. We've got an open long position on SOL-PERP, currently just slightly down, but nothing too drastic. Keep an eye on that price action as we move through the session, any strong moves could change the game quickly. Alright, let's take a look at our current position in the market. We're holding a long position on SOL, with two contracts at an entry price of 128.39. Right now, it's trading at 128.36, which puts us at an unrealized loss of 30 cents. The good news is, despite that slight dip, SOL is showing a solid 24-hour change of over 3.5%. So, there's definitely potential for a rebound here. You know, it's moments like these when the market feels like it's holding its breath. It can be pretty frustrating, but it's also interesting to think about what's brewing under the surface. Traders are probably just waiting for a catalyst, could be earnings reports or some economic data coming up. It's like the calm before a storm, and we just have to stay sharp. Alright, let's look at our current position. We're holding a long position in SOL-PERP with an entry price of 128.39. Right now, it's sitting at 128.4, giving us an unrealized profit of 10 cents per contract. The market's looking pretty solid, with SOL up about 3.5% over the last 24 hours. Overall, it's a good day to be in this position. Alright, looking at the current price of 128.31, we can see that the 24-hour high is right around 130.8762. That level could act as resistance if we push back up. On the downside, the 24-hour low at 125.7438 is a crucial support level to keep an eye on. If we break below that, things could get a bit dicey. We're currently holding a long position in SOL Perpetual, having entered at $128.39. We're just slightly up right now with a current price of $128.42, so the position quality looks decent, but it's important to stay vigilant. The unrealized profit is minimal, and we need to keep an eye on market movements. If the price starts to dip below our entry point significantly, that's a red flag for exit. I'm also watching for any signs of volatility or news that could impact SOL, as those factors could quickly swing our position. We're seeing a pretty modest range here, with a 4% swing over the past 24 hours, which to me indicates a relatively quiet market. This low volatility could be a sign that traders are waiting for a bigger move or some sort of catalyst to shake things up. Given this, our strategy will likely need to be adjusted to focus on smaller, more precise trades, rather than trying to catch a big wave. This could be a good opportunity to tighten up our stops and look for smaller gains. We're on an exciting journey with this beta development, and it's a project that's always evolving. We're learning what really works out there in the live market, and you get to see all of that progress unfold in real time. Your feedback is invaluable, and it truly shapes what we build next. So, if you want to stay in the loop, subscribe and share your ideas with us. Right now, the SOL market is showing a bit of a bullish vibe. The price is sitting at $128.30, just a hair above the bid. There's been a solid uptick of over 3.5% in the last 24 hours, which is a promising sign. With decent volume and a high that reached $130, it seems like traders are feeling optimistic, but we need to keep an eye on any sudden shifts in momentum. You know, I think one of the biggest hurdles traders face is dealing with the emotional roller coaster that comes with being in the market, and right now, with the current sentiment being bullish, it's easy to get caught up in the excitement and let emotions take over. As traders, we need to be aware of how our emotions are influencing our decisions, because letting fear or greed dictate our moves can be disastrous. It's crucial to develop a level head and stick to your strategy, even when the market is moving in your favor, because complacency can be just as detrimental as fear. By being mindful of our emotions and staying disciplined, we can make more informed decisions and avoid costly mistakes. Bitcoin is holding strong in Hong Kong as Hainan opens its closed-loop system, highlighting Hong Kong's emerging status as a crypto sandbox. Meanwhile, an Ethereum whale just liquidated 30,000 ETH, which could indicate volatility in the market. Bitcoin has surged past $90,000, likely influenced by geopolitical tensions affecting oil prices. Plus, a new wallet just withdrew 600 Bitcoin from Binance, signaling significant movement that could impact liquidity. These developments are definitely worth keeping an eye on. The overall market sentiment feels pretty stable right now. With Bitcoin holding steady and Ethereum tracking along, it seems like traders are just biding their time. SOL at $128.46 is holding its ground, and a normal volume trend suggests that there's not a lot of panic or excitement. It's a wait-and-see kind of day in crypto. Hey everyone, thanks for tuning in. Right now, our automated trading bot is in simulation mode, focusing on SOL Perpetual futures. It's still in beta, so there's a lot of exciting development happening. The cool part? It uses AI to tune its trading strategies over time, and you get to see those live buy and sell signals as they come in. If you're enjoying this journey, make sure to subscribe and drop a comment about features you'd love to see in the future. Alright, folks, let's dive into our current trading position. We're holding a long position on SOL-PERP, with 5 contracts at an entry price of 128.3. Right now, the current price is 128.33, giving us an unrealized profit of about 85 cents. The market's looking pretty good, with SOL up over 3.5% in the last 24 hours. Let's keep this momentum going. We're currently long on the SOL Perpetual contract with an entry price of 128.3. Right now, we're slightly down at 128.22, showing an unrealized loss of $1.90. The position quality looks decent, but we need to keep an eye on the overall market sentiment and any potential support levels below us. For exits, I'll be watching for a bounce back above our entry point or any negative news that could push us further down. We're looking at a pretty tight range here, with the current price sitting at 128.24, so I'd say the key levels to watch are the recent high of 130.80 and the recent low of 125.68, these are the levels that are gonna give us a good idea of where the momentum is headed. A break above 130.80 could indicate some bullish sentiment, while a drop below 125.68 could signal a bearish trend. Traders should also keep an eye on the midpoint of this range, around 128, to see if it holds as support. It's quiet now, but that can actually be a good sign. Sometimes the market needs time to consolidate before making a big move. Staying patient is key, it helps you avoid making rash decisions. Just remember, in trading, calm waters often lead to the biggest waves. You know what's incredible? This AI isn't just following a set of rules, it's actually learning from every trade it makes. It analyzes the outcomes and adjusts its strategy based on real-time market conditions. So, viewers, you can actually witness how it gets smarter over time, adapting to what works and what doesn't. It's like having a trading partner that evolves with the market. We're in an interesting trading session today, with SOL currently sitting at $128.62. The market's been pretty active with a nice volume of over $713,000 in the last 24 hours. We've got an open position in SOL-PERP, where we're long on 5 contracts, and we're seeing a small unrealized profit of about $9. Keep an eye on price movements and any shifts in market sentiment that could impact our position. Right now, the market seems to be in a bit of a mixed state. We've got SOL sitting at 128.7 with a decent 24-hour change of just over 3.5%. The volume is pretty solid at about 715,000, which suggests there's some action happening. However, with the spread being tight, it looks like traders are trying to find their footing as they navigate these slight fluctuations. Alright, let's take a look at our current trading position. We've got a long position on SOL Perpetual, holding 5 contracts with an entry price of 128.3. The current price is sitting at 128.74, which gives us an unrealized profit of $11.1. Overall, the market's looking good with a 24-hour change of over 3.5%. We're in a solid spot here. You know, sometimes the market just needs to take a breather, and that's exactly what's happening right now. We're sitting pretty with our long position, 5 contracts in the green, and our bot is keeping a watchful eye on things, so we're all set to jump into action when the time is right. It's actually a good thing to see a slow period every now and then. It helps us recharge for the next big move. Just relax and let the market come to us. Patience is a trader's best friend. We're currently holding a long position in SOL Perpetual with an entry price of 128.3. The current price is at 128.86, giving us an unrealized profit of about $14. The position looks decent, but we need to watch for any volatility that might shake things up. I'm particularly focused on resistance levels and any news that could impact SOL's price, as those could dictate our exit strategy. Alright, looking at the current price of 128.65, we've got the 24-hour high at 131.23 and the low at 126.07. Key levels to watch are that high at 131.23, which could act as resistance, and the low at 126.07, serving as support. If we break below that support, it could signal further downside, but a bounce from there might give us a chance to retest that high. Keep your eyes on those levels. We're on an exciting beta development journey here, and it's an ongoing project that's constantly evolving. As we dive into real market conditions, we're learning what really works, and that feedback is invaluable. You can watch our progress unfold in real time, and your input is crucial in shaping what we build next. So, if you haven't already, subscribe and share your ideas. Your voice matters, and we want to hear from you. Alright, we're looking at Solana priced at $128.44. It's up by about 3.6% today. Keep an eye on that momentum. The market feels a bit restless right now. SOL is sitting at $128.44, showing a solid increase of over 3.5% in the last 24 hours. With a decent trading volume of around $718,000, it seems like there's some momentum building. Traders are likely eyeing that recent high of $131, wondering if it can push through. We're currently long on SOL with an entry price of 128.3. The current price is just above that at 128.54, giving us a small unrealized profit of 6.1. The position looks decent, but we need to be cautious. There's always the risk of a downturn. I'm watching for any signs of weakness in the market or resistance levels that could signal a good exit point. Bitcoin has surged above $90,000, marking a potential breakout as traders anticipate a New Year rebound. This could energize bullish sentiment in the market, especially after missing out on December's Santa rally. Meanwhile, an Ethereum whale has liquidated 30,000 ETH, moving a significant amount into AAVE, which might indicate a strategic positioning for lending opportunities. Lastly, with ongoing tensions in Ukraine affecting oil prices, these geopolitical factors could also spill over into crypto trading dynamics. Alright, we're sitting at 128.45 for SOL, and I'm really curious to see if it can hold this level. There's a lot of selling pressure building, and if we break below that support, we could see a quick drop. On the other hand, if it bounces back, it might rally to test the next resistance point. This is a tense moment for traders. Alright folks, we're diving into the session with SOL currently sitting at $128.40. The market's been pretty active with a solid volume of over $711,000 in the last 24 hours. We've got a long position open on SOL at $128.30, and right now, it's showing a tiny unrealized profit of about $2.60. Keep an eye on that price action. We want to see if we can build on those gains or if there's going to be some volatility ahead. The AI really gets smarter with every trade it makes. It's not just crunching numbers, it's analyzing what works and what doesn't, adjusting its strategy based on current market conditions. You can actually see it evolve and adapt over time. This is such an exciting journey in trading, watching the AI refine its approach while we monitor its performance. I want to remind everyone that being long 5 contracts in this optimistic market means we've got to stay disciplined, because the market can turn on a dime and our profits can quickly evaporate. It's crucial to set those stop losses and stick to our strategy. Don't let fear and greed dictate our decisions, that's just a recipe for disaster. Remember, a good trader is like a calm captain, navigating through choppy waters, always keeping a level head and making rational decisions. That's how we make money in this game. Alright, let's dive into our current position. We're holding a long on SOL Perpetual with an entry price of 128.3. Right now, it's trading at 128.37, so we're looking at an unrealized profit of about 1.85. The market's feeling pretty good with a 24-hour change of nearly 4%, so let's hope this momentum keeps pushing our way. It's funny how the market can feel like a waiting game sometimes, right? It's like watching paint dry. You think something exciting is going to happen, but then it just sticks to this slow pace. It's almost like the calm before the storm. We could see some action pop up out of nowhere. We're in the midst of a trading session where SOL is currently sitting at $128.32. It's been a bit of a mixed bag today, but our focus is on a long position we hold in SOL-PERP. Right now, we're seeing a slight gain, with the current price at $128.37, which gives us a small unrealized profit of about $1.85. As we move forward, we'll be watching for any significant price movements or shifts in volume that could impact our position. The market is buzzing right now with SOL trading at $128.22. It's seen a solid 3.7% increase in the last 24 hours, which is definitely getting some traders excited. The bid and ask are tight, so there's a bit of anticipation in the air, and with that volume over 700,000, it looks like there's some serious action happening. It's a compelling time, for sure. Hey everyone, thanks for tuning in. We're looking at SOL trading right now at about $128.25. The volume has been pretty decent, sitting at over 713,000 in the last 24 hours. We currently have a long position open at an entry price of $128.30, but it's showing a slight unrealized loss of about $1.40. Keep an eye on how that develops as we go through the session. The market's buzzing right now, especially with SOL trading at $128.18. There's been a pretty solid uptick with a 24-hour change of almost 3.7%, which is definitely catching some attention. The volume's been decent too, suggesting traders are active and looking for opportunities. Overall, it feels like there's a cautious optimism in the air, but we'll see if it holds up. Alright folks, here's where it gets exciting. Our bot is using AI to analyze the market and fine-tune its trading strategy in real time. It learns from what's happening right now, adjusting its parameters on the fly. This isn't just a static strategy, it evolves with the market, and you can watch it all unfold live. We want to hear from you too. What strategies do you want to see tested? Make sure to subscribe so you don't miss the action as it all develops. You know, it's days like these that really test your patience as a trader, just sitting here waiting for something to happen. I've been looking at the charts all morning and everything is just so flat, it's like the whole market is holding its breath. I wish we had some news or a catalyst to shake things up, but for now, it's just a whole lot of waiting. This is a good opportunity to review our strategy and make sure we're ready to jump in as soon as the market gives us a signal. Alright, we've got a position in SOL-PERP. It's a long position with 5 contracts, and it's currently sitting just slightly in the green. We're looking at an unrealized profit of $1.10. Not a huge win, but hey, a win's a win. Let's see how it plays out from here. Alright, looking at the current price of $128.35, we've got some clear levels to focus on. The 24-hour high at 130.917 is a critical resistance point, while the low at 125.78 is a solid support level. Traders should definitely keep an eye on those levels as they could dictate the next move. If we break above the high, we might see some momentum, but if we dip below the low, it could get shaky. The market's feeling a bit bullish right now, with SOL priced at $128.35 and showing a solid 3.7% increase in the last 24 hours. The volume's decent too, over $700,000, suggesting some healthy trading activity. With the price bouncing between a high of around $130 and a low near $125, traders seem to be testing the waters, possibly looking for a breakthrough. Overall, it's a lively vibe, but investors are definitely keeping an eye on those price movements. You know what's really exciting? This AI isn't just following a set of rules, it's actually learning and adapting its trading strategy. Every single trade outcome gets analyzed, allowing it to discover what really works in different market conditions. As it processes this data, you can literally watch it get smarter over time. It's a game changer in how we think about trading. The vibe in crypto today feels cautiously optimistic. Bitcoin is holding steady, which often gives traders a bit of confidence. Ethereum tracking the market means we're seeing some stability, and with Solana sitting at $128.22, it's likely that the sentiment is leaning positive. Overall, the normal volume trend suggests traders are still engaged without any panic selling. Right now, the market for SOL is showing some positive momentum with a 3.6% increase over the last 24 hours. It's trading at $128.15, which is right at the ask price, indicating some strong buying interest. The volume is decent too, suggesting that traders are active and engaged, but it's still below that recent high of 130.7. Overall, there's a cautious optimism in the air, but we need to watch for any signs of overextension. The market is buzzing with activity right now, especially in the SOL space. With the price at $128.27, it's showing a solid upward movement of over 3.5% in the last 24 hours. The volume is decent, suggesting that traders are feeling optimistic, but the spread is tight, indicating some tension in buying and selling. Overall, there's a sense of cautious optimism as the price approaches that recent high of $130. Alright, let's take a quick look at our current position in the market. We're holding a long position on SOL with an entry price of 128.3, and right now, it's sitting at 128.12. That puts us at an unrealized loss of about $4.40, but hey, the 24-hour change is looking decent with a jump of over 3.5%. It's a bit of a bumpy ride, but let's see if we can turn this around. Alright, folks, we're seeing SOL trading at about $128 right now. The market's been a bit choppy, and we've got some volume rolling in, but it's not enough to create any real momentum yet. Just to catch you up, we've got a long position in SOL, and it's slightly down, sitting at about -$3 right now. We're keeping an eye on the price action to see if it can bounce back. We're currently holding a long position in SOL-Perpetual. Right now, we're looking at an unrealized loss of $2.40. It's not great, but it's just a small dip in the grand scheme of things. Let's keep an eye on the market and see if we can turn this around. The bot is currently stopped, and we're looking at the price of Solana at $128.29. Keep an eye on this, as we might want to re-evaluate our strategy soon. We're currently long on the SOL Perpetual contract with an entry price of 128.3. Right now, we're seeing a slight uptick to 128.38, giving us an unrealized profit of just over $2. The position quality looks decent, but it's tight, so we need to manage our risk carefully. I'm keeping an eye on any sudden market movements or news that could impact SOL. If we see a significant drop or a reversal, it might be time to exit. Alright, let's talk about our positions. We're currently holding a long position in SOL-PERP, with a size of 5 contracts. We entered at a price of 128.3, and right now, we're seeing a slight dip with the current price at 128.27, which gives us an unrealized loss of about 65 cents. But hey, despite that tiny setback, SOL is still showing a solid 24-hour change of over 3.7%, so there's definitely some positive momentum in the market. Alright, looking at the current price of 128.28, we need to keep an eye on the recent range. The 24-hour high at 130.8456 is a crucial resistance level, while the low at 125.7144 serves as solid support. If we break above that high, it could signal a bullish move, but if we dip below the low, we might see some bearish momentum. Traders should definitely watch these levels closely. You know, it's funny how trading can feel like watching paint dry sometimes. We're sitting here at 128.28, and it just refuses to budge. You can almost hear the crickets chirping. It's times like these when you realize patience really is a virtue in this game. The market sentiment feels pretty stable today, with Bitcoin holding steady and Ethereum tracking along without any major surprises. SOL at 128.35 suggests some confidence, but with normal volume, it seems like traders are taking a cautious approach. Overall, there's a sense of wait and see among investors as they consider their next moves. Bitcoin just broke above $90,000, which is a significant milestone that could spark renewed interest in the market. This surge is happening amid ongoing macroeconomic uncertainty, suggesting traders are hopeful for a year-end rally despite the pressure. Meanwhile, an Ethereum whale liquidated a massive 30,000 ETH, moving a portion into lending, which could indicate strategic positioning in the face of volatility. All these moves reflect a dynamic market atmosphere, and traders should stay alert as these developments unfold. You know, days like this are totally normal, folks. We're just in a bit of a lull, that's all. Our bot is doing its job, watching and waiting for the right opportunity to make a move, and in the meantime, we're just hanging out, long 5 contracts, ready to pounce when the market decides to wake up. Patience is a trader's best friend, and we're just exercising that virtue right now. No need to get anxious or anything. It's all good, we're just waiting for the market to give us a reason to get excited again. You know what's really exciting? This AI isn't just following rigid rules, it's actually learning from every single trade outcome. It analyzes what works and what doesn't, adjusting its parameters based on current market conditions. So, as you watch, you'll see it getting smarter in real time, which is just fascinating. It's like having a trading partner that evolves with the market, and I can't wait to see how it performs today. Right now, I'm seeing SOL at 128.17, and the price action is a bit choppy. It looks like it's struggling to break through that resistance level. The buyers are trying to step in, but they're not really gaining any solid ground. If it doesn't regain some momentum soon, we could see a pullback. Alright, so SOL is sitting at $128.21. The price action seems a bit choppy right now, with some selling pressure trying to push it down. It's like we're seeing a tug of war here. If it doesn't hold this level, we could see a deeper pullback. Alright, folks, we're seeing SOL sitting at about $128.21. The market's a bit choppy right now, with volume around 722,000, so it's definitely active. We have an open long position in SOL-PERP, entered at 128.30, and currently, we're slightly down at 128.27. Keep an eye on that price action, it could swing either way quickly. Alright, looking at the current price of 128.15, the recent high at 130.71 is definitely a key resistance level. If we break above that, it could signal a continuation upwards. On the downside, the low at 125.58 is crucial support. If we fall below that, it could lead to further declines. Well, it's looking like Ethereum is having a bit of a bounce back today, while Bitcoin is trying to hold steady but facing some resistance. Solana is also catching some attention with its recent price action, and it seems like there are a few altcoins making waves too, especially with the recent news in the DeFi space. Meanwhile, some of the meme coins are struggling, not really gaining any traction lately. Alright, folks, let's break down our current position. We're holding a long position on SOL Perpetual, with 5 contracts at an entry price of 128.3. Right now, it's hovering just above that at 128.31, giving us a little unrealized gain of 35 cents. With the overall market showing a nice uptick of over 3.5% in the last 24 hours, we're feeling pretty good about this position. Keep an eye on it, we might see some more action. We're currently long on the SOL Perpetual contract, with an entry price of 128.3. Right now, the price has dipped slightly to 128.16, putting us at a small unrealized loss of $3.40. The position quality hinges on our thesis that SOL will rebound from this level. We're looking for signs of strength, like a break above 130, to confirm our trade is still valid, but we need to keep an eye on any significant downturns that might signal an exit. You're witnessing the action unfold in real time, folks, with live buy and sell signals popping up on the chart as we speak, and I want to emphasize that you're seeing exactly what our bot sees and does, no filters, no delays. The strategy execution panel is showing us the progress to our targets, and you can even see our actual positions and profit and loss, complete transparency. If you want to stay ahead of the game, consider subscribing to our stream for the most up-to-date market insights, and don't forget to drop a comment, we love hearing from you. I know it feels frustrating when the market is quiet, but this can actually be a good thing. It means we might be setting up for a bigger move. Sometimes the best action is just to sit tight and let the market do its thing. Patience can really pay off in the long run. Bitcoin has broken above $90,000, which is definitely stirring up some excitement among traders. This price surge hints at a potential rebound as traders bet on a strong start to the new year, despite ongoing macroeconomic uncertainties. Meanwhile, an Ethereum whale just liquidated a massive amount of ETH and moved a chunk into AAVE for lending, which could indicate confidence in the DeFi space. These developments suggest a lot of volatility ahead, and traders should keep a close eye on these trends. Alright, folks, we're seeing SOL trading at $128.06 right now. The volume's been decent, coming in at about 724,000. We've got an open long position on SOL-PERP, but it's currently running a bit negative with an unrealized loss of around $6. Keep an eye on any major movements, especially if we break below that entry price. You know, it's days like these that really test our patience as traders, just sitting here waiting for something to happen. I was just looking at some historical data, and it's crazy how some of the biggest moves can come out of seemingly quiet periods like this. It's a good reminder to always stay vigilant, even when it feels like nothing is going on. I've seen it time and time again, a sudden spark can ignite a big move in a matter of minutes. This market is definitely showing some volatility with a 4% range over the last 24 hours. A movement like that suggests we need to be more attentive to rapid price swings, which could affect our strategy. If you're looking for opportunities, this volatility can work in your favor, but it also introduces more risk. So, stay sharp and be ready to adjust your approach as the situation evolves. Hey everyone! Right now, you're checking out our automated trading bot, which is currently in simulation mode for trading SOL perpetual futures. This bot is still in active development, so we're really excited about the potential here. It uses AI strategy tuning, which means it learns and improves over time. You can see live buy and sell signals as it trades, and we want you to join us on this journey. Don't forget to subscribe and drop a comment about what features you'd like to see. Right now, we're looking at a small unrealized loss of $5.65 on our long position in SOL-PERP. The current price dipped a bit from our entry, but it's not the end of the world. We can still turn this around, so let's keep an eye on the market and look for an opportunity to bounce back. You know, it's funny how the markets can just sit there at times, like they're in a waiting room. It's almost reminiscent of those moments at a party when everyone's just standing there, waiting for someone to break the ice. Sometimes, the real action happens after this kind of lull, so it's worth keeping an eye out for any sudden moves. Who knows, the calm before the storm could be brewing. The market sentiment seems pretty stable today, with Bitcoin holding steady and Ethereum following suit. Solana at 128.1 is holding up well, and the normal volume suggests there's no panic selling or major buying frenzy happening. Overall, it's a cautious but steady vibe in crypto right now. The market for SOL is looking pretty lively right now, with a price of $128.10. It's just had a solid bump up of over 3.5% in the last 24 hours, which is definitely getting some traders excited. The volume is decent too, nearing $725,000, indicating there's some movement happening. With the recent high hitting 130.662, traders seem to be optimistic, but we'll have to see if it can maintain that momentum. You know, days like this are totally normal, folks, and it's actually a good thing we're not seeing a lot of action right now. It's giving us a chance to just sit back, breathe, and let our position play out without any unnecessary drama. We're long 5 contracts and just waiting for the market to give us a reason to make a move, so let's just relax and see what develops. The market is buzzing with activity, particularly in the SOL space. Right now, it's priced at $128.12, showing a nice upward trend with a 3.6% gain over the last day. The volume is decent too, over 725,000, indicating that traders are definitely making moves. Overall, there seems to be a positive vibe as it bounces back from its recent low, but that spread is tight, so keep an eye on it. Alright folks, here's the exciting part. Our bot is using AI to adapt and tune its trading strategy in real time. It learns from the market conditions and adjusts its parameters on the fly, making it smarter with every tick. This is like having a trader who never stops improving. You're going to see some fascinating evolution, so don't miss out. Subscribe now and help shape the journey. What strategies do you want us to test? Let's hear your ideas. We're currently holding a long position in SOL Perpetual with an entry price of 128.3, and right now, it's sitting just a bit lower at 128.05. The unrealized loss of about $6 isn't ideal, but it's not catastrophic either. The thesis here is likely based on an expectation of upward movement in SOL, but we need to keep an eye on market sentiment and any key resistance levels. As for risk, we're in a slightly vulnerable spot with the current price below our entry, so we must be vigilant. If the price doesn't bounce back soon, we might need to consider our exit strategy, especially if it breaks below key support levels. Let's watch for any shifts in momentum or news that could impact this trade. Alright, we're diving into the session, and currently, we're watching Solana, or SOL, sitting at around $128. There's been some movement, but we've got a long position open on SOL with an entry price just a tad higher than where it is now. We're down a bit right now, about $6 in unrealized losses, but the volume is decent at over 725,000 in the last 24 hours. Keep an eye on any momentum shifts that could change things quickly. We're seeing a pretty decent uptrend in the SOL market right now, with the price sitting at $128.15, up about 3.5% over the past 24 hours. The bid and ask are pretty tight, which suggests there's some stability in the market, and the 24-hour volume is looking healthy at over $725,000. The vibe is pretty positive. We've seen a high of $130.71 and a low of $125.59, so there's been some movement, but overall it's a bullish outlook for SOL at the moment. We're definitely seeing some volatility here with that 4% range over the last 24 hours. The current price sitting at 128.15 shows it's bouncing around quite a bit. For our strategy, this means we need to stay alert and be ready to adjust quickly, as price swings can create both opportunities and risks. Keep your head in the game, folks. You know, it's funny how these quiet moments can feel like a game of patience. It's almost like the market is taking a deep breath, waiting for the next piece of news or data to shake things up. Sometimes, those seemingly uneventful times can lead to surprising moves. It's all about staying alert for when the action finally picks up. Alright, so we're sitting at 128.13. The recent high at 130.6926 is definitely a level to keep an eye on. If we break above that, it could signal a bullish momentum. On the flip side, the recent low at 125.577 is crucial. If we drop below that, it might trigger some selling pressure. Traders should be ready to react around those levels. Alright, let's break down our current position. We're holding a long position in SOL-PERP with an entry price of 128.3. Right now, the current price is a bit lower at 128.13, which puts us at an unrealized loss of about $4.15. Despite that slight dip, the market's looking up with a 24-hour change of over 3.5%, so there's still plenty of potential for a rebound. You know, it's kind of funny how trading can sometimes feel like watching paint dry. It's moments like these that really test your patience. You start to wonder if the market is just playing a game of hide and seek with us. Sometimes, a little bit of waiting can lead to the best opportunities, though. Right now, we've got a small unrealized loss of $3.65 on our long position in SOL. The current price has dipped just slightly below our entry. It's not ideal, but it's manageable, and the market can turn around quickly. Let's stay focused and see where this goes. You know, it's days like these that can be really tough to stay focused, just watching the price tick back and forth, not really doing much of anything. I've been trading for a long time and I still find myself getting a little restless when the market is this quiet. It's a good opportunity to review our charts and make sure everything is in order, but I have to admit, I'm ready for something to start moving already. Maybe we'll get some news later in the day that'll shake things up. Right now, the market for SOL is showing some solid movement, trading at about $128.13. The 24-hour change of nearly 3.5% indicates a nice uptick, suggesting there's some bullish sentiment among traders. We've got a decent volume of around $726,000, which means there's enough action to keep things interesting. Overall, it feels like traders are cautiously optimistic, but the tight bid-ask spread hints at some hesitation as well. Alright, folks, we're seeing some action with SOL trading around $128.17. Right now, the trading volume is pretty healthy at over $726,000 in the last 24 hours. I've got a long position in SOL at an entry price of $128.30, and right now, it's slightly down, about $3.40 in unrealized loss. Keep an eye on this price, we're looking for any signs of movement that could turn this around. Alright, looking at the current price of $128.09, traders should keep an eye on that 24-hour high of $130.65. If we can break above that, it could signal a bullish move. On the flip side, the 24-hour low of $125.53 is crucial support. If we fall below that level, it might trigger some panic selling. Bitcoin has just surged past $90,000, which could signal a strong recovery as traders gear up for a potential New Year rebound. This price movement might instill confidence in the market after a tough stretch. However, we can't ignore the dark side of this success, as rising criminal activities like wrench attacks are also on the rise, which could spook some investors. Additionally, an Ethereum whale has liquidated a massive amount of ETH, which could shake up that market as well. You know, I think one of the biggest hurdles traders face is managing their emotions, especially when they're on a hot streak like we are now with this bullish sentiment. It's easy to get caught up in the excitement and start to overtrade or take on too much risk, but that's exactly when we need to be most disciplined and stick to our strategy. When you're feeling confident and the wins are piling up, it's crucial to take a step back and remind yourself that the market can turn on a dime, and staying level-headed is key to long-term success. By keeping a clear head and avoiding emotional decision-making, we can make more rational choices and protect our gains. Alright, folks, let's dive into our current trading position. We're holding a long position on SOL-PERP with an entry price of 128.3. Right now, the current price is a bit lower at 128.04, which puts us at an unrealized loss of about $6.4. Despite that, the market's showing some positive movement with a 24-hour change of over 3.6%, so there's still potential for a turnaround. We're seeing a pretty decent range of about 4% over the last 24 hours, which suggests some volatility. With the current price sitting around 128, that means traders are definitely feeling the ups and downs. This can be both a challenge and an opportunity for our strategy, as we might need to adjust our approach to capitalize on the price swings while managing risk carefully. We're currently holding a long position in Solana at an entry price of $128.23. The current price is sitting at $127.93, putting us in a slight unrealized loss of $9. The position quality seems fair, but we need to be aware of the volatility in the market. I'm keeping an eye on any significant support levels and watching for any bullish signals that might help us decide when to exit or cut our losses if things turn south. Right now, the market is showing some excitement with SOL priced at $127.92, which is up over 3.33% in the last 24 hours. The volume is decent, indicating some solid trading action, but with a price range that only fluctuated between about $125 and $130, it feels like traders are cautiously optimistic. The bid and ask are tight, which suggests there's a bit of stability, but we're not seeing any massive moves just yet. Overall, it's a mixed bag with a hint of bullishness, but traders are likely watching closely for any signs to jump in or pull back. We're seeing some interesting action in the market today, especially with Solana, currently priced at $127.96. It's been a bit of a roller coaster, and we've got a long position on SOL at an entry price of $128.23, but it's sitting slightly below that right now at $128.05, resulting in a small unrealized loss. We're keeping an eye on the volume, which is pretty strong, so let's see if we can turn this around as the session unfolds. Alright, here's the update on our position in SOL. We're currently holding a long position with an unrealized loss of $3.60. It's a small dip, but let's keep our heads up. The market can turn around quickly, and we might get back in the green soon. You know, sometimes the market feels like a slow day at the beach, just sitting there, waiting for the next wave to roll in. It can be frustrating, but you've got to remember that these quiet moments are often followed by some real action. Just keep an eye on those charts, the calm can be deceptive. Alright, let's take a look at our current position. We're holding a long on SOL Perpetual with 6 contracts. We entered at 128.23, and right now, the price is sitting at 127.97. That puts us at an unrealized loss of about $7.8. The market's been moving, with SOL up 3.5% over the last 24 hours, so there's still room for this to turn around. Let's keep our fingers crossed. You know, it's days like these that really test your patience as a trader, just sitting here waiting for something to happen, but I guess that's just the nature of the game. I was talking to a fellow trader the other day, and he was saying how he's been noticing a lot of people getting into the cryptocurrency space, trying to make a quick buck, but we all know that's not always the best approach. It's times like these that remind me why having a solid strategy and sticking to it is so important. Sometimes it feels like the market is just taking a deep breath before it. Coinbase CEO Brian Armstrong is making waves by claiming that Bitcoin could actually foster healthy competition against the US dollar, which could be a game changer in how we view inflation and deficit spending. If this perspective gains traction, we might see a shift in investor sentiment and potentially more institutional investment in Bitcoin. On the flip side, there's a disturbing trend of criminal activity linked to Bitcoin's rise, with reports of wrench attacks surfacing. This could raise regulatory concerns and lead to tighter oversight in the sector, which might deter some investors. Lastly, a Bitcoin whale has flipped to short positions, which could indicate bearish sentiment in the market. If more traders follow suit, we could see downward pressure on prices, especially in the short term. Alright, folks, we're diving into the trading session today with SOL currently sitting at 127.93. The volume's looking decent at about 734,000 over the last 24 hours. Right now, we've got an open position in SOL, long at 128.23, and it's showing a little bit of a loss at the moment, down about $7. Keep an eye on that price movement. We need to see if it can push back up past our entry point. We're seeing a range of about 4% over the last 24 hours, which definitely indicates some volatility in this market. With prices bouncing between $125 and $130, there's enough movement to create opportunities but also risks. For our strategy, we need to be agile and ready to adjust quickly, as volatility can mean both profit and loss. It's a game of staying alert and making the right moves at the right time. Alright, let's dive into our current position. We're holding along on SOL at an entry price of 128.23. Right now, it's sitting at 127.97, so we're looking at an unrealized loss of about $7.80. Overall, the market's been moving with a nice 24-hour change of 3.4%, so there's still potential for a turnaround. Let's keep an eye on it. Alright folks, let's take a look at our current position. We're holding along on SOL Perpetual, with 6 contracts at an entry price of 128.23. Right now, the price is sitting at 127.96, which puts us down about $8 on that position. But hey, it's just a small dip, and with the market up over 3.4% in the last 24 hours, there's still plenty of potential for a turnaround. Let's keep an eye on it. Unfortunately, it looks like our market movers data isn't available at the moment, so I'm a bit flying blind here. That being said, from what I've been seeing, it seems like Bitcoin is still the main story, but I've also noticed some smaller altcoins making some moves, trying to capitalize on the momentum. I'd love to give you a more detailed rundown, but without the data, it's tough to say what's really hot and what's not right now. Let's keep an eye on things and see if we can't get that data back online soon. Alright folks, here's the exciting part. Our trading bot uses AI to analyze the market in real time and fine-tune its strategy on the fly. It learns from current conditions, adjusting its parameters to maximize performance. This isn't just set it and forget it, you get to witness the evolution of its strategy live. So, if you're as pumped about this as I am, hit that subscribe button. I want to hear from you too. What strategies do you think we should test next? We're on an exciting journey with this beta project, and it's constantly evolving. Every day, we're learning what really works in real market conditions, and you can see that progress unfold live. Your feedback is crucial, shaping where we go next. So, if you're interested, subscribe, share your ideas, and join us in making this platform even better together. This market is definitely showing some volatility with a range of just over 4% in the last 24 hours. That's a decent swing, which means traders need to be nimble and ready to react. Our strategy should focus on capitalizing on these price movements, but we also need to manage risk carefully to avoid getting burned in quick swings. Overall, it's a time to stay alert and be ready to adjust our positions accordingly. We're currently holding a long position in SOL Perpetual with an entry price of $128.23. Right now, we're seeing a slight decline, with the current price at $128, giving us an unrealized loss of $6. The position quality seems decent since we're still above the entry point and the overall market sentiment could shift quickly. I'm watching key support levels closely. If we break significantly below this current price, we might need to consider an exit to limit further losses. We should also keep an eye on any news or trends in the crypto market that could impact SOL's performance. We're seeing a pretty tight range here, with the recent high at $130.55 and the low at $125.43, so those are definitely key levels to watch. A break above $130.55 could indicate a potential move upwards, while a drop below $125.43 could signal a downturn. The current price is sitting at $127.99, so traders should keep an eye on the $130 and $125 levels as potential areas of support and resistance. A move outside of this range could trigger some significant trading activity. Alright, folks, let's break down our current position. We're holding a long position on SOL Perpetual, with 6 contracts at an entry price of 128.23. Right now, the current price is sitting at 127.98, which puts us in the red with an unrealized loss of $7.50. But hey, the market's been pretty lively, up about 3.5% in the last 24 hours, so there's still potential for a turnaround. Coinbase CEO Brian Armstrong is making waves by suggesting that Bitcoin could foster competition against the US dollar, which could help curb inflation and deficits. If this idea gains traction, it might bolster Bitcoin's status as a legitimate asset and lead to more institutional investment. On a different note, there's a troubling trend of wrench attacks related to Bitcoin's surge, creating a new class of criminals. This could lead to increased regulation, which might shake up the market and impact investor sentiment. Lastly, a Bitcoin whale has flipped to short positions, opening significant shorts across BTC, ETH, and SOL. This could signal a bearish outlook among some large players, potentially triggering a broader market sell-off. The market is buzzing with some positive energy right now. SOL is trading at $128, showing a nice jump of over 3.5% in the last 24 hours. There's decent volume too, with over $735,000 changing hands, which suggests traders are actively buying and selling. It looks like the price is hovering near its recent high, so there's definitely some optimism in the air. You know what's amazing? The AI isn't just following some rigid rules, it's actually learning from every trade outcome. It analyzes what works and adapts its strategy based on real-time market conditions. So, as you watch, you're seeing it get smarter and evolve right before your eyes. It's like having a trading partner that grows more insightful with each move. How cool is that? We're seeing a pretty upbeat market right now, folks, with Solana up over 3% in the last 24 hours, currently trading at 127.86. The bid and ask are pretty tight, indicating a decent amount of liquidity, and the 24-hour volume is looking healthy at over $735,000. The market seems to be holding its breath after that recent high of 130.42, waiting to see if we'll make another push upwards or pull back, and the overall vibe is cautiously optimistic. The 24-hour low was down at 125.30, so we've had a bit of a bounce, and now we're just waiting to see what happens next. Without specific data on the top movers, it's hard to pinpoint exactly what's hot, but keep an eye on trends with Ethereum and Bitcoin, as they often set the tone for the market. Altcoins can also show interesting movements, especially in response to market sentiment or news events. Just remember that volatility is the nature of crypto, and what's hot one moment can turn cold in an instant. Stay alert and be ready to react. The market for SOL is pretty active right now, trading at 127.75. There's a slight upward movement with a 3.3% increase over the last 24 hours. The volume is decent, suggesting some interest, but the spread is tight, which means buyers and sellers are pretty much on the same page. Overall, it feels like there's cautious optimism in the air as traders are testing the waters around that 130 mark. We're seeing the current price at $127.75, which is right in the middle of that recent range. The 24-hour high at $130.30 is going to be a crucial resistance level, while the low at $125.19 serves as strong support. Traders should definitely keep an eye on those levels as they could dictate the next move. You know, I've been doing this for a long time, and one thing that's really important to remember, especially when you're long like we are right now with 8 contracts, is that discipline is what separates the pros from the amateurs. It's easy to get caught up in the excitement of a bullish market, but you've got to stay focused on your strategy and not let emotions cloud your judgment. I always say, a good trader is like a good poker player, they know when to hold M and know when to fold M, and that's key to long-term success. Hey everyone, if you want to take your trading to the next level, check out our live buy and sell signals feature. You'll see real-time price action and get instant notifications when those signals trigger. Plus, you can track our strategy execution and see actual positions along with P&L in real time. It's all about transparency, so you know exactly what the bot is doing. Don't forget to subscribe and drop your thoughts in the comments. We're currently looking at the SOL market, which is priced at $127.68. The trading volume over the past 24 hours is pretty solid at around 735,000. Right now, we have an open long position in SOL, but it's not looking great as we're down a bit. Keep an eye on the price action, we're watching for any potential bounce back or further decline. Given that the market has a range of over 4% in just 24 hours, this definitely indicates a volatile situation. With the current price sitting around $127, we need to be cautious. In such a volatile market, our strategy should focus on quick entries and exits to capitalize on those price swings, but we also need to manage our risk tightly. Otherwise, we could easily get caught in the wrong direction. Alright, folks, let's talk about our current position in SOL. We're holding a long position with 8 contracts, and we entered at 128.13. Right now, the current price is sitting at 127.60, which puts us down about $21 in unrealized losses. The market's done a nice little bounce of over 3% in the last day, so let's see if we can turn this around. It's pretty calm out there, the overall market sentiment is neutral, not a lot of excitement or panic. Bitcoin is holding steady, Ethereum is just tracking along with the rest of the market, and our asset, Solana, is sitting at $127.55, so nothing too out of the ordinary. The volume trend is normal, which tells me that traders are just kind of waiting for a catalyst to make a move. It's a bit of a waiting game right now, let's see what the rest of the day brings. We're deep into today's trading session, and right now, SOL is sitting at $127.57. The volume's been pretty solid at over 739,000. If you look at our open position, we're currently long on SOL, but it's not looking great with an unrealized loss of $22. We're keeping an eye on whether it can bounce back above that entry price of 128.13. It's tough to say without the latest movers data, but typically, projects with new partnerships or big announcements can really spike. Keep an eye on NFTs and DeFi projects, as they often have sudden bursts in interest. Conversely, anything tied to recent regulatory news might be taking a hit. Always important to stay updated on the sentiment in the market. Alright, we're sitting on a bit of a loss with the SOL position. Right now, we're looking at an unrealized P&L of negative $22.20. It's not great, but remember, markets can turn around quickly. Let's keep monitoring and see if we can turn this around. We're currently long on SOL with an entry price of $128, and it's sitting just below that at $127.49. The unrealized loss of $27 shows we're a bit underwater right now, which is frustrating. The key here is to monitor the market sentiment around SOL and any news that might influence its price. I'll be watching for a bounce back above the entry point or any signs of increased buying pressure to consider an exit strategy. You know, I think one of the most important things to keep in mind when it comes to trading psychology is being able to manage your emotional state, especially when you're on a winning streak like we are right now with this bullish sentiment. It's easy to get caught up in the excitement and start to feel invincible, but that's exactly when you need to be careful not to let your emotions cloud your judgment. When you're feeling overconfident, you might start to take unnecessary risks or deviate from your strategy, which can quickly lead to losses. By staying grounded and focused, you can avoid letting your emotions dictate your trades and make more rational decisions. I know things feel a bit dull right now, but that's actually part of the game. Sometimes the market just needs a breather, and being patient can pay off. Holding those contracts means you're ready for when the action finally kicks in. Just remember, a calm market can lead to a big move, so hang tight. Isn't it fascinating how this AI adapts its trading strategy? It analyzes every trade outcome, figuring out what really works in the market. Plus, it adjusts its parameters based on current conditions, so it's not just following a set of rules, it's actually learning. You can see it getting smarter over time, and that's what makes this so exciting. You know, it's funny how the markets can go from chaos to a complete standstill in just a blink. Right now, at 127.63, it feels like we're at a pause, almost like the calm before a storm. It's those quiet moments that can really drive you a bit stir-crazy, especially when you're just itching for some action. What do you think? What's your strategy when the market goes silent like this? This market is definitely showing some volatility with a 4% range over the last 24 hours. Prices swinging between $125 and $130 suggests there's a lot of movement and uncertainty. For our strategy, we need to be cautious but also ready to capitalize on these price swings. Active management and quick decision-making will be key in this kind of environment. We're currently long on SOL with 10 contracts. The entry price was 128, and right now, it's sitting at 127.62. That puts us at an unrealized loss of $19. It's not ideal, but the market can turn around quickly, so let's keep our heads up and see how it plays out. If you want to catch live trades and get insights as we dive into the market, consider subscribing. You'll also see our bot improvements in action. Feel free to drop any questions or feature requests in the comments. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Alright, let's break down our current position. We're holding a long position in SOL Perpetual, with an entry price of $128. Right now, it's trading slightly lower at 127.62, which puts us at an unrealized loss of $19. Despite that, the market's showing a nice 3.2% uptick over the last 24 hours, so there's still potential for a rebound. Let's keep our eyes on this and see how it plays out. You know, days like this can be a real test of patience for traders, just sitting here waiting for something to break. I've been doing this for a while now, and I've learned that sometimes the calm before the storm can be just as telling as the storm itself. It's like the market is holding its breath, waiting for some catalyst to come along and shake things up. I'm curious to see what the rest of the day has in store for us. Alright, let's take a look at our current position. We're holding a long on SOL-PERP with a size of 10 contracts at an entry price of $128. Right now, it's trading at 127.63, so we're looking at an unrealized loss of around $18.50. Despite that dip, the overall market for SOL is showing some strength with a 24-hour change of over 3%. Let's keep our eyes on it and see how it unfolds. We're holding a long position in SOL Perpetual with an entry price of $128. Right now, it's trading slightly lower at 127.6, putting us at a small unrealized loss of $20. The position quality seems decent since we're still above the entry point, but we need to keep an eye on market momentum. If it dips further, we may need to consider our exit strategy, especially if we break below $127, which could signal deeper trouble. Alright folks, we're looking at a live trading session for SOL. Currently, it's sitting at $127.62, not too far off from the entry price of $128. We've got a long position open with a slight unrealized loss of $20 right now. Keep an eye on the price movement, we want to see if it can bounce back and regain some ground. The market for SOL is buzzing right now with the price sitting at $127.59. We've seen a solid increase of over 3% in the last 24 hours, which shows there's some real momentum building. The volume is decent, too, at just over $741,000, suggesting traders are active and engaged. With the recent highs and lows, there's definitely a bit of volatility, but that can create opportunities if you're ready to jump in. Alright folks, let's dive into our current trading position. We're holding a long position on SOL Perpetual with 10 contracts, entered at $128. The current price is sitting at 127.6, which puts us at a slight unrealized loss of $20. The good news? The market is showing some positive movement, with SOL up nearly 3% in the last 24 hours. Let's see if we can ride that momentum. We're currently holding a long position in SOL Perpetual contracts, having entered at $128. Right now, the price is just slightly below our entry at 127.46, which puts us at an unrealized loss of $26. The position quality looks shaky since we're not far from our entry point and the market is acting a bit sluggish. In terms of risk, we need to keep an eye on support levels and any market moving news that could push SOL lower. For exits, I'll be watching for a rebound above our entry price or a clear signal to cut losses if it drops further. You know, I'm really excited about this AI trading bot because it's not just following a set of rules, it's actually learning and adapting to the market conditions, which is just incredible. It analyzes every single trade outcome, figuring out what works and what doesn't, and adjusts its parameters accordingly, so it's getting smarter and more effective over time, and I think it's really cool that we get to watch this process unfold right before our eyes. This market is showing some real volatility, with a 4% range in the last 24 hours. Given the current price sitting right in the middle, it suggests some indecision among traders. For our strategy, this means we need to be extra cautious with our entries and exits, as rapid price swings can catch us off guard. It's a time to keep our wits about us and stick to our risk management rules. Sometimes the market just takes a breather, and that's totally fine. It's like a calm before the storm, you never know when things will pick up. Patience is key in trading, and staying steady will pay off eventually. Just hang tight and keep an eye on those signals. Alright, folks, we're looking at a pretty tense moment in the session. Right now, SOL is trading at about 127.53, but it's been a roller coaster with our long position sitting at a slight loss, down $22. We're keeping an eye on volume, which is just under 737,000 for the last 24 hours, to see if there's any momentum building. Let's see if we can turn this around. The market is feeling a bit bullish right now, with SOL trading at $127.49. There's a slight upward momentum reflected in the 2.8% gain over the last 24 hours. The trading volume is solid, just over $737,000, suggesting active participation. With the price bouncing between a high of around 130 and a low near 125, it seems traders are watching closely for any signs of a breakout. Alright, let's take a look at our current position. We're holding a long position on SOL at an entry price of $128. Right now, it's sitting slightly below that at $127.59, giving us an unrealized loss of about $20. The market's seeing a bit of a shift with a 2.8% change in the last 24 hours, so let's keep our eyes on that and see if we can turn this around. We're seeing a pretty defined range here, with the recent high at 129.97 and the low at 124.87, so I'm looking at those levels as key support and resistance. If we break below 124.87, that could be a big sell signal, while a push above 129.97 could indicate a bullish trend. Right now, we're trading at 127.42, so we're kind of stuck in the middle of this range, waiting to see which way it's going to break. The 24-hour highs and lows are also giving us a good idea of the volatility we're dealing with here. Right now, you're watching an automated trading bot that's still in active development, so it's in beta mode. It's currently simulating trades on SOL Perpetual futures and uses AI to fine-tune its strategies over time. You'll see live buy and sell signals as it trades, so it's a great way to watch the journey unfold. If you're enjoying this, hit that subscribe button and let us know in the comments what features you'd love to see. Sometimes the market just needs a breather, and that's perfectly fine. It's normal for things to slow down, allowing traders to reassess and gather their thoughts. While it might feel a bit dull, this pause can lead to some exciting opportunities down the line. Just hang in there, good things come to those who wait. Alright folks, let's take a look at our current position. We're holding along on SOL Perpetual with 10 contracts, and we got in at an entry price of 128. Right now, the current price is sitting at 127.41, which puts us down about $29.50 in unrealized losses. But hey, the market's not too shabby overall, with a nice 24-hour change of up 2.7%. We've got room to turn this around. You know, it's days like these where I wish I had a more exciting market to look at, but sometimes these slow periods can actually be a good opportunity to review our strategies and make some adjustments. I've been looking at some of the other markets and it seems like everything is just taking a breather today, waiting for some kind of catalyst to spark a move. It's almost like the whole market is holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I'm curious to see what the rest of the day brings. Maybe we'll get some news that shakes things up a bit. Alright, so we're taking a hit on our SOL position right now. We're looking at an unrealized loss of $27.50. It's not ideal, but the market can turn around. Let's stay focused and keep an eye on how it plays out. We're seeing a decent amount of volatility with a 4% range over the last 24 hours. That kind of movement suggests traders are active, and there's uncertainty in the market. For our strategy, we should be ready to adapt quickly and look for those swing opportunities, but also manage risk carefully given how fast things can turn. You know what's incredible? This AI actually learns and adapts its trading strategy by analyzing every trade outcome. It's not just following a set of rules, it's constantly adjusting based on the latest market conditions. You can really see it getting smarter over time, and that makes watching this process so thrilling. The current strategy is being fine-tuned, and the performance is under close monitoring, so let's see how it evolves. The vibe in crypto today seems cautiously optimistic. Bitcoin is holding steady, which typically gives traders some confidence, and Ethereum is following along without any major swings. With Solana at 127.52 and volume looking normal, it feels like the market is in a bit of a wait-and-see mode, just gauging the next big move. Overall, not a lot of panic, but definitely a sense of anticipation. Alright, let's take a look at our current position. We're holding a long position on SOL with 10 contracts at an entry price of $128. Right now, it's trading at 127.52, putting us in a bit of a dip with an unrealized loss of $24. The market's seen a nice little uptick of nearly 3% over the last 24 hours, so there's definitely potential for a turnaround. Let's keep our eyes peeled. Alright, folks, let's talk about this AI strategy tuning. This bot is constantly analyzing market conditions and adapting its trading strategy in real time. It's like having a trader who never sleeps, learning and improving on the fly. How cool is that? You're going to witness the evolution of its tactics live, and I want to hear from you. What strategies do you want to see tested? Don't miss out on this journey, subscribe now to catch all the action. Unfortunately, we're not getting the market movers data right now, so I'm a bit flying blind here, but I can tell you that from what I've seen earlier, Bitcoin was looking a bit sluggish, while some of the altcoins were trying to make a move, nothing too significant though. It's pretty quiet out there, to be honest, just a lot of sideways action, waiting for something to break the trend. I'm keeping an eye on Ethereum, seeing if it can gain some traction, but so far, it's just not happening. We'll have to keep waiting and see if anything picks up. We're definitely seeing some volatility with a 4% range over the last 24 hours. This kind of movement can be great for traders looking to capitalize on swings, but it also means we need to be cautious and ready to adjust our strategy quickly. If we're not careful, those quick shifts can catch us off guard. Keeping an eye on the price action is crucial right now. The market is buzzing with some activity, especially with SOL trading at $127.64. There's a slight upward trend with almost a 3% gain over the last 24 hours. The volume isn't massive, but it's enough to show that traders are paying attention, especially after hitting a high of $130. Overall, it feels like there's a cautious optimism in the air as we watch the price hover right around that ask level. We're currently holding a long position in SOL at an entry price of 128, and the current price has dipped slightly to 127.62, putting us down about $17. The thesis here is likely a bullish outlook on SOL, anticipating that it will rebound and move higher. However, with the current price just below our entry, we need to keep an eye on market momentum and any news that could affect SOL's price. If we see further declines or if the price fails to recover soon, we might need to consider an exit strategy to limit our losses. You know, days like this can be a real test of patience, just sitting here waiting for something to happen. I was just thinking, have you ever noticed how some of the most significant moves in the market can come out of these quiet periods? It's like the calm before the storm. It's times like these that remind me to stay vigilant, because you never know when things are going to pick up. I'm just checking my charts, but so far, nothing's really catching my eye. We're on an exciting journey with our beta development, and it's an ongoing project that keeps evolving. Every day, we're learning what really works in real market conditions, and it's fascinating to see how things develop. You can watch this progress in real time with us, and your feedback is crucial in shaping what we build next. So, make sure to subscribe and share your ideas with us, we want to hear from you. The market is buzzing with a bit of excitement right now. SOL is sitting at $127.68, and it's showing a decent upward move with a nearly 3% gain over the last 24 hours. The trading volume is solid, suggesting there's a lot of activity, and with that recent high of over $130, traders seem eager to push it back up. It feels like a moment of cautious optimism, but we'll see how it plays out. You know, it's funny how markets can go from wild swings to complete silence in the blink of an eye. At $127.66, it almost feels like everyone's just holding their breath, waiting for the next big move. It's like watching grass grow, isn't it? But remember, when things get quiet, it can often mean a storm is brewing just out of sight. Alright folks, let's take a quick look at our current position. We're holding a long position on SOL with an entry price of $128. Right now, it's sitting just a hair below that at $127.76, which gives us an unrealized loss of $12. The market's been pretty active with a 24-hour change of almost 3%, so there's definitely some volatility to work with. Let's see how this plays out. The overall market sentiment seems pretty stable right now. Bitcoin is holding steady, which usually brings some calm to the rest of the crypto space. Ethereum is tracking the market, and with SOL at 127.64, it looks like the bulls are taking a breath. Normal volume indicates that traders might be waiting for a clearer signal before making any big moves. We're currently holding a long position in SOL Perpetual at an entry price of $128, and it's trading slightly lower at about 127.73. This puts us in a tough spot with a small unrealized loss of around 13.50. The thesis here relies on the expectation that SOL will rebound, but the current trend isn't giving us much confidence. In terms of position quality, we need to keep an eye on key support levels. If we break below that, it could signal a need for an exit. I'm watching for signs of strength or weakness in the market to decide if we should cut losses or hold on a bit longer. Alright, let's take a quick look at our current trading position. We're holding a long position in SOL, with 10 contracts at an entry price of $128. Right now, the current price is slightly down at 127.83, which translates to an unrealized loss of about $8.50. Despite this minor dip, the market is showing some resilience with a 24-hour change of nearly 3% up. So, we're keeping an eye on it. Alright, folks, we're looking at the trading session today with SOL currently priced at $127.82. The volume over the last 24 hours is quite substantial at about $740,000. Right now, I have an open long position on SOL at an entry price of $128, but it's currently down slightly with an unrealized loss of $8.50. Keep an eye on the price movement as we assess whether to hold or make adjustments. The market is buzzing with some action as SOL is currently at $127.80, showing a nice 3.06% increase over the last 24 hours. The trading volume is decent, sitting at around $740,000, indicating that traders are definitely engaged. With a recent high of 130.356, there's a bit of upward momentum, but keep an eye on the bid and ask prices. They're practically neck and neck, which can signal some indecision in the market. Overall, it's a mixed vibe, but there's definitely some optimism in the air. The market is buzzing with activity right now, especially with SOL priced at 127.75. It's showing a solid upward trend with a 3% gain over the last 24 hours, which is definitely getting some traders excited. The volume is decent too, just over 740,000, indicating there's enough interest to keep things moving. With the price having touched a high of 130.3 and a low of 125.1, there's some volatility, but it seems like buyers are stepping in at these levels. We just got a quick update on SOL. It's currently trading at 127.87, and we're seeing a move to the upside with a gain of 3.09%. This is definitely a positive development for SOL holders. Let's see if it can keep this momentum going. Hey everyone! You're getting real-time price action right here, and with our live buy and sell signals, you'll never miss a beat. Watch as our strategy unfolds in the execution panel, showing progress to targets, actual positions, and P&L. It's all about transparency. You'll see exactly what the bot sees and does. If you love what you're seeing, consider subscribing and drop your comments below. The bot is currently stopped, folks. We're looking at the price for Solana, which is sitting at $127.84. Keep an eye on this. We might need to adjust our strategy depending on how this unfolds. Remember, in a bullish market, it's easy to get carried away with optimism. But don't let that cloud your judgment. Stay disciplined and stick to your trading plan. It's not about being right all the time, it's about managing your risk and making consistent gains over time. Alright folks, what's really exciting here is how this AI bot is constantly analyzing market conditions and fine-tuning its trading strategy in real time. It learns from every trade, adjusting its parameters to hopefully make smarter moves. This is a game changer. You get to see it evolve live, and who knows, you might even have a say in what strategies we test. So, hit that subscribe button and let us know what you want to see. The market feels a bit charged right now with SOL trading at $127.90. There's a slight uptick of over 3% in the last 24 hours, which is giving some traders a glimmer of hope. The volume is decent, indicating that people are actively buying and selling, but the spread is tight, suggesting there's not much room for error. Overall, it's a mix of cautious optimism as traders ride the wave of these recent gains. Right now, Bitcoin and Ethereum seem to be holding steady, but altcoins are all over the place. We've got some smaller tokens making big gains, while others are taking a dip. It's a mixed bag, with some investors jumping on trends while others are playing it safe. Keep an eye on the news, it can really shake things up. Big news in the crypto space today. Trend Research just made a major move by purchasing 11,520 ETH for $34.9 million. This is a strong signal of institutional confidence in Ethereum, which could boost prices. However, Ethereum is facing a potential crash below 2,800 due to a concerning descending triangle structure. This volatility could keep traders on edge, especially as the validator entry queue has surged, indicating increased staking interest. You know, days like this are actually a great opportunity for us to catch our breath and let our positions work for us. We're long 10 contracts and just waiting for the market to give us a reason to make a move. Sometimes the best trade is the one you don't make, and that's exactly what our bot is doing right now, just watching and waiting. This quiet time can actually be a good thing. It allows us to conserve our energy and capital for when the market does start to move. Alright, let's dive into our current trading positions. Right now, we're holding a long position on SOL with a size of 10 contracts. We entered at 128, and the current price is sitting just a smidge lower at 127.91. That puts us at an unrealized loss of about $4.50. But don't forget, SOL has seen a solid 24-hour change of over 3%, so there's still plenty of room for movement. Let's keep an eye on it. You know what's amazing? This AI actually analyzes every trade outcome to figure out what works best. It's not just following a set of rules, it's adapting and learning in real time based on the market conditions. You can literally watch it get smarter with every trade, fine-tuning its strategy as it goes. It's like having a trading partner that evolves right alongside the market. How cool is that? We're currently long on SOL Perpetual with an entry at $128. Right now, it's trading at 127.93, which means we're down a bit on our position with an unrealized loss of $3.50. The quality of this position depends on our conviction in SOL's potential upside and the overall market conditions. I'm watching closely for any signs of a reversal or significant support levels that could indicate a bounce back. If we can't hold above the 127 mark, it might be time to consider getting out or adjusting our strategy. You know, days like this are just part of the game, folks, and it's completely normal to have some quiet periods. We're still long 10 contracts, so we're just waiting for the market to give us a reason to make a move, and our bot is doing its job, watching and waiting for the right signal. This is actually a great opportunity for us to take a breath and review our strategy, so let's just chill and see what the market decides to do next. Patience is key in trading, and we're just going to ride this out. The market is buzzing with activity right now. With Solana priced at around $127.84, it's seen a solid gain of over 3% in the last 24 hours. The trading volume is quite healthy too, nearing $750,000. It's a tight spread between the bid and ask, which indicates that traders are feeling a bit optimistic, but let's keep an eye on those highs and lows for any volatility. Alright, let's break down our current position. We're holding a long position on SOL with a size of 10 contracts. We entered at $128, and right now, it's just slightly below that at $127.93. We're looking at an unrealized loss of $3.50, but the market's up over 3% in the last 24 hours, so there's still plenty of room for this to turn around. Let's keep our eyes on it. Alright, folks, let's dive into our current trading positions. We're holding a long position in SOL, with 10 contracts at an entry price of $128. Right now, the current price is just a tick down at $127.90, giving us an unrealized loss of $5. Despite that slight dip, the market's showing a positive 24-hour change of over 3%, so let's keep our heads up, there's still potential for a bounce back. Trend Research just made a big move, buying over 11,000 ETH for nearly $35 million. This shows strong institutional confidence in Ethereum, which could help stabilize its price. However, there's also talk of a descending triangle pattern for ETH that could lead to a crash below 2,800, creating uncertainty. Additionally, the increase in the validator entry queue suggests more people are staking, which might bolster network security but could also indicate nervousness about market conditions. It's a wild ride out there, but honestly, a 4% range isn't exactly a heart-stopping thrill, is it? You might expect traders to be panicking, but instead, everyone's just sipping coffee and acting like it's a peaceful Sunday. This so-called volatility might seem like a big deal, but if you're not prepared to take advantage of these smaller swings, you're just missing out. It's almost like watching a toddler with a toy, lots of noise, but not much action. Alright, pay attention to this. We're currently holding a long position in SOL at an entry price of 128. It's already slipping a bit, and with the current price at 127.82, we're staring down an unrealized loss of $9. The bear case here is pretty clear. If SOL continues to drop, we could be looking at a significant loss, maybe even forcing us to exit sooner than we want. What I'm really watching for are signs of a reversal or any bullish news that might pump the price back up. If we see it dip below 127, that's a red flag, and we have to consider cutting our losses before they escalate. Always remember, in trading, it's crucial to cut your losses and let your winners run, but right now, we need to be cautious. Look, we're down $9 on that SOL position. It's like driving a car with the fuel gauge on empty, but hey, at least we're still moving. It's all about keeping our cool and knowing that markets can turn on a dime. Remember, every dip is just another chance to bounce back and drive even faster. Oh, interesting. Bitcoin is holding steady, which is usually a sign of cautious optimism. Ethereum is tracking the market, so it feels like some traders are just sitting on their hands right now. With SOL hanging around $127.75, it seems like there's not a lot of urgency. Overall, the vibe feels pretty steady, but I wouldn't call it bullish yet. Remember what I said earlier about staying grounded even when the market's buzzing? Picture this: you're riding that wave, feeling invincible with your long position, but it's a tightrope walk. Other traders are sweating bullets, tempted to cash out when they see a little dip. Don't let the fear creep in, instead, focus on your strategy and stick to what you know. That's how you turn fleeting optimism into real gains. Look, SOL is sitting at $127.73, moving up by just over 3%. This slight uptick feels like a calm before a storm, hinting at the market's potential for bigger shifts ahead. As traders, we must stay alert, for every small movement can echo through the larger trends at play. Remember what I said earlier about the volatility we're seeing in the market? Just look at that 3% rise in SOL over the last 24 hours. It's a classic case of buyers stepping in aggressively, pushing the price up from a low of just over 125. This kind of movement usually indicates a strong interest, and with the volume sitting at over 700 grand, people are clearly trying to capitalize on the upward momentum. Keep an eye on that bid and ask spread, it's tight, which often suggests that traders are confident and ready to jump in.
Welcome to the trading floor. Markets are looking interesting today.
Alright, we're looking at some interesting action in the SOL market right now. The price is hovering around 127, just slightly below our entry point of 128, which puts our position in the red, down about $9. The good news is that we're still within the 24-hour range, which has seen highs close to 130. However, the RSI sitting around 43 suggests we're not quite in overbought territory, and with the MACD showing bearish signals, there's a bit of caution in the air. We're eyeing that target at 128.50, so it'll be interesting to see if the momentum can shift in our favor. It feels like we're at a pivotal moment right now. Let's keep our eyes peeled. Alright, folks, let's take a moment to really dive into what we're seeing. Right now, Solana's sitting just below 128, and while we're slightly down, the broader market's showing some resilience with that 3% gain over the last 24 hours. It's interesting to note that we're hanging in this narrow range between about 123 and almost 130, which tells me there's still some indecision among traders. Looking at the indicators, the RSI is just under 44, signaling there could be some room for momentum if it decides to bounce back, but the MACD's looking a bit bearish with that histogram in the negative. It's crucial to keep an eye on these trends because a shift in sentiment could trigger some movement. So let's stay focused on that, and see if we can catch the next wave if the market decides to turn. Alright, so we're sitting at around 127 and 74 right now, with Solana showing a solid 24-hour change of up about 3%. That's not too shabby, especially considering it's bouncing right in the middle of its 24-hour range, which sits between 122.5 and just shy of 130. What's really interesting here is how we've been hovering close to that long position at 128 even. It feels like the market's in this holding pattern, almost waiting for something to break one way or the other. We've also seen a muted last hour with a slight increase of 0.19%, which could indicate that the traders are feeling a bit cautious. I'm curious if there's some sentiment brewing in the market that might push price toward that resistance level around 129. If it does, it might bring in some momentum traders looking to jump in. For now, it looks like we're just kind of Wow, looking at the charts, there's definitely a different vibe today compared to yesterday. Just yesterday, we saw a lot of sideways action with the price hanging around that 123 range, but now we're actually pushing towards the upper end of that 24-hour range. It's fascinating to see how quickly sentiment can shift. We're currently around 127.75, and that's a solid gain of about 3% for the day. It's like the market's waking up, and we can feel that energy as traders get more confident. Let's keep an eye on how this momentum develops. It feels like we're on the cusp of something interesting here. Alright, we're watching some interesting action here with SOL as it sits around 127.62. The price has been hovering just below our target of 128.50, which feels like quite a critical point to break through. With the market up almost 3% over the past 24 hours, there's a sense of momentum, yet we're still battling this slight pullback. It's fascinating that even though the price dropped a bit from our entry point, seeing it hold up around this level of 127 could indicate some underlying strength if we can manage a push past that target soon. Traders might be keeping an eye on volume as we get closer to that 128 mark, especially with the volatility we've experienced over the last day. If we do see a breakout, it could lead to a surge that'll shake off any bearish sentiment. Let's keep an eye on that price action as we approach the top of the range. Wow, so we're currently sitting at around 127.68, just a bit below the long position we have at 128. What's interesting here is that while we're seeing a solid gain of almost 3% over the last 24 hours, we're also facing a bit of a dip with our position showing a small loss right now. It's like we're caught in a tug of war between the recent upward trend and the lingering bearish signal the MACD is hinting at. I see we're pretty close to that 24-hour high, which was just under 130. If the momentum shifts just right, we could see some action once we break through that barrier. Let's keep an eye on how this plays out. Wow, so here we are checking out the SOL market, and there's something that really stands out. Despite the current price being around 127, which is just a touch below our entry point, the rally over the past day is making me think about market sentiment. It's up almost 3% in 24 hours, yet that RSI is sitting just below 44, indicating we're not exactly in overbought territory, but we're also not seeing strong bullish momentum. That makes me wonder if we might be in a bit of a consolidation phase here. We're hovering close to that recent high of about 129, but that bearish MACD along with the histogram dipping slightly could point to some hesitation among traders. It feels like there's a risk that we could see a pullback as people might be taking profits after that nice jump. If we don't break through that mark, we might find ourselves stuck for a while, and that could impact our overall strategy. Just something to keep in. Alright, so looking at the current situation with Solana, I'm really struck by how today's price movement feels different from yesterday's. Yesterday, we saw a bit of volatility, with prices spiking up to around 129, but now we're hovering just below that, around 127. The market's definitely more stable right now, despite the slight uptick today. It's interesting to see how the overall sentiment in the market seems a bit more cautious, especially with that bearish signal showing up in the indicators. Given that we're only a couple of percentage points away from the previous high, it's like we're in a bit of a tug of war right now. Traders are probably weighing their options carefully, especially with the recent run-up. It's one of those moments where you can feel the anticipation in the air, and it makes you wonder if we're going to break through that upper resistance soon or not. How this plays out in the next little while could be critical. We're just a couple minutes shy of the top of the hour, and I'm curious to see if we'll get some fresh action as the new hour kicks in, especially given that we're still hovering around that key area of 128, which has been a bit of a battleground for SOL lately. The fact that we've only seen a gain of about 0.1% over the last hour suggests we're in a bit of a holding pattern, but I'm keeping an eye on the 24-hour range, where we've seen a swing of about $7, which tells me there's still some volatility lurking beneath the surface. As we approach the 7 o'clock mark, I'm wondering if we'll get a push upwards to test that upper end of the range, or if we'll see some profit taking and a pullback. Either way, it should be an interesting next few minutes. Wow, folks, something just caught my eye here. We're sitting at around 127.70, and while there's been a nice little bump over the last 24 hours, the RSI is telling a different story. We're hovering close to that 43 mark, which suggests we might not have enough momentum to push past that target price anytime soon. And don't forget about the MACD and the bearish signal we're getting. It's like we're teetering on this edge, and the last hour's move is almost stagnant, just a tiny uptick. With the volatility we've seen in the last 24 hours, from just around 122 to nearly 130, a reversal could come out of nowhere. So, while things might look steady, there's definitely a risk here that we can't overlook, especially if we start sliding back toward that lower range. Keep your eyes peeled. Alright, so we've got the price of SOL hovering around 127.75, just a bit below our entry point of 128. It's been a bit of a slow hour, with the price only inching up about 7 cents. I think it's interesting to note the overall market trend. Even though SOL is trailing in this moment, it's still up almost 3% over the last 24 hours. We're definitely in a holding pattern right now, waiting to see if we can break that previous high from earlier today around 129.96. With our current long position, it's definitely a moment to stay patient. The market fluctuations can change quickly, so we'll keep our eyes peeled for any signs of movement that might signal a breakout or a reversal. Let's see where this goes. Alright, so right now we're seeing SOL at around 127.62, just slightly off our long position from 128, and it's been a pretty wild ride compared to yesterday. Yesterday, we were hanging around 122, and now we've made a solid move, jumping to that high near 129. The market's really got some energy, with a 24-hour change up about 2.8%. With that bullish shift, it'll be intriguing to see if we can break through that resistance we hit earlier, especially now that we're navigating the tighter range. It's definitely an interesting time to be watching how this all unfolds. Okay, folks, let's dive into what's happening with SOL right now. We're sitting at around 127.60, and it's been a wild ride today. The price has surged up about 2.8% over the last 24 hours, bouncing between 122 and 129. Now, here's where it gets interesting. The RSI is hanging out at around 42, which means we're flirting with some oversold territory, but it's still in the bearish range, so we gotta be cautious. The MACD just crossed into positive territory, but the histogram is still showing a slight negative, hinting that momentum isn't fully on our side yet. It really feels like we're at a bit of a crossroads. Will we push higher in the next hour, or are we going to see some profit taking? Keep your eyes on those indicators, because it's going to be crucial in deciding our next move. As we dive into the current market for SOL, it's interesting to note that while the price is currently hovering around 127.84, the RSI is sitting at 41.60. That suggests we might be nearing oversold territory, but it's important to recognize that the market sentiment is still leaning bearish, especially with that MACD indicating a slight downtrend. The last hour's change is almost flat, just up about 8 cents, which points to some indecision among traders. The 24-hour change of nearly 3% is promising, but the price hasn't really broken out of the daily range yet. As we're observing this market, I'd keep an eye on how the price reacts around that 24-hour high. If it can push through that barrier, we might see some momentum shift. Let's stay tuned and see if that bullish energy can build up. Alright, folks, let's dive into the psychology behind what we're seeing with SOL right now. The price is hovering around 127 and change, right after a solid upswing of about 3% in the last 24 hours. It's clear traders are feeling a bit optimistic, especially since it reached as high as 129 earlier. However, that slight dip off this recent peak tells us there's a tug of war happening. Buying pressure is meeting some selling resistance. You can sense a cautious mood in the air as the RSI suggests we're near neutral territory, and that MACD being marginally bullish is a hint that traders might be waiting for the right moment to jump back in. There's anxiety about whether we'll see a continuation of this upward momentum or if we're on the brink of another correction. As we're trading within that 24-hour range, you can almost feel the tension among traders, each one weighing the potential risks and rewards. The road ahead is uncertain, but that uncertainty. Wow, we're right at a pivotal moment here. The current price of around 127.50 is just a bit shy of the target, and with that 24-hour change of up about 2.7%, it shows there's some momentum in the market. The fact that it's been fluctuating between the low of around 122 and the high near 130 is definitely something to keep an eye on. It's interesting to see the last hour is barely budged up just 0.08%, which makes me wonder if we might see a consolidation phase here before any major moves. Traders might be looking at that RSI sitting around 41, indicating we're not quite in overbought territory yet, but there's definitely some bearish sentiment with the MACD. This could present a great opportunity for anyone waiting to jump in, as we may see some volatility if the price tests that upper resistance again. Keep your eyes peeled, things are about to get exciting. Alright, folks, let's dive into the SOL setup because there's something intriguing happening here. We've got the current price hanging around 127.60, just a bit under the entry point of 128 for our long position. What's really interesting is that even though we're seeing a decent 24-hour change of about 2.8%, we're still stuck in this narrow range between about 122 and 130, which suggests there's some indecision in the market. The last hours only ticked up slightly by about 0.08%, so we're clearly in a wait-and-see mode. It feels like we're at a crucial juncture, and if that momentum doesn't pick up soon, we might need to reconsider our approach here. How the market reacts from here could set the tone for the next big move, so stay alert. We're currently looking at the SOL market where the price is hovering around 127.39, and it's been a bit of a mixed bag lately. Just a quick heads up, even though we're seeing a 24-hour increase of about 2 2/3%, the last hour has actually posted a slight dip of about 0.16%. That's got to make us think because our bot is holding a long position with an average entry price of 127.93, which means we're down around $30 on this trade right now. Now, the indicators aren't painting the rosiest picture. The RSI is sitting at 39, indicating it's approaching oversold territory, and we see bearish signals from the MACD with a histogram showing negative momentum. If we don't see a bounce soon, the target price of 128.43 might be a stretch. So, this might be a good moment for us to reassess our strategy and consider the risks. Keeping an eye on those indicators. Alright, let's take a moment to step back and examine the wider picture here beyond our current position. With the price hovering around 127, it's interesting to note that we've seen quite a bit of volatility in the past 24 hours, with a range swinging between about 123 and 130. That's a decent movement, yet we're currently sitting just below our target at 128, which could make this a tricky moment. Looking at our indicators, the RSI is at 39, indicating a bit of bearish sentiment, and the MACD is also showing some weakness with a negative histogram. If we don't see positive momentum soon, traders could start to feel anxious, and that might lead to more selling pressure. It's crucial to stay aware of these dynamics. The market can shift quickly, and it's easy to get caught up in short-term fluctuations. So, let's keep an eye on how the market responds in the next hour or so. Hey everyone, we've got some interesting action happening with SOL right now. The price is hovering around 127.5, and while it's dipped just a bit in the last hour, it's still managed to claw up almost 2.7% over the past day. Look at that 24-hour range, we've been bouncing between 122 and almost 130, so we're at the lower end of that spectrum. At this level, it could be a good opportunity for those looking to jump in, especially if you believe in a rebound back toward those higher prices. The market can be volatile, but it's moments like this that often bring about those exciting swings. Keep an eye on that target price around 128.5, it could create some momentum if we get there. Alright, let's dive right in. The current price of SOL is hanging around 127.56, which is a bit concerning since it's off from our entry point of 127.93. We're seeing a slight dip in the last hour, down about 0.16%, which is weighing on our spirits here. With the 24-hour change up about 2.76%, it looks like there was some volatility earlier, but we're definitely stuck in a tough spot right now. Keep an eye on the broader market sentiment, as SOL's price action may be influenced by the overall crypto landscape. If we see some bullish momentum from Bitcoin or favorable news in the space, it could shift things in our favor pretty quickly. So, let's watch for that potential spark. Alright, let's dive into what's happening right now. The current price of SOL is around 127.76, which is actually up about 2.9% over the last 24 hours. That's a notable bounce from the low of about 122, but we're feeling a slight dip within the last hour, down around 0.16%. What's really interesting is how we've been hovering just below the previous resistance level of 128, so it's a crucial moment. If we can push past that, it could change the game a bit, but if not, we might see some more consolidation, which could unsettle traders expecting a breakout. Keep your eyes on that price action. Alright, so here we are with SOL hovering just below 128, and it's been a bit of a roller coaster so far today. I mean, we're seeing that nice little bump of almost 3% over the last 24 hours, but right now it feels like there's a tug of war happening. With the current position showing a slight loss and the price down a smidge in the last hour, you really get the sense that traders are feeling a bit uncertain. It's fascinating how psychology plays into this, right? There's that anticipation of hitting that target price, and you can almost feel the tension in the market as people decide whether to hold on or take profits. It's like watching a high-stakes game where every move counts, and you can see how this could shift sentiment quickly. The question is, will we see a push towards that target, or will hesitation take over? Wow, with the market showing a nice uptick overall, it's interesting to see that we're kind of stuck just below the target we set. It's a bit of a waiting game right now, given that yesterday had us bouncing around a bit more aggressively, while today feels a bit more subdued, especially considering the last hour has slipped just slightly. We're seeing this slight dip with the price hovering around 127, which is still nice compared to those 24-hour lows. The volatility in crypto is always a wild ride, but today seems more like a chance to catch our breath and see if we can build momentum back up. Let's keep our eyes peeled, folks. Alright, folks, the energy's shifting here as we watch SOL bounce around this price point. It's currently hovering just under $128, which is pretty close to our target, but we can't ignore that slight dip in the last hour. Even though we're up almost 3% for the day, that bearish signal from the MACD could be a sign of some turbulence ahead. It's like we're stuck in this little limbo, and the pressure could either push us towards that target or pull us back down. Keep your eyes peeled, this could turn on a dime. It's kind of a mixed bag right now with the SOL market, isn't it? We just saw the price drop slightly to around 127.7, but it's still up about 3% over the last day. That's a pretty decent gain, but it's not quite enough to help our current position, which is showing a slight loss. It's interesting to note that we're hovering within a tight range, bouncing between that 22 and 29 level, and it seems like there's been a bit of indecision in the last hour with a slight downward tick. What's really captivating is how the market managed to rally earlier, yet now we're facing some bearish signals, and I can't help but wonder if traders are holding back, waiting for the next big move. It really feels like we're at a standstill, and the atmosphere is charged with anticipation. Are we going to break through the resistance or slide back down? Wow, folks, we're seeing some interesting movements in the market right now. SOL is currently trading around 127.68, which is just a bit down from our long entry. I can't help but notice the last hour's slight decline of about 0.16%, and while the 24-hour change is up about 2.8%, we shouldn't overlook the fact that we're hovering near the low end of today's range, which has been between about 122.97 and 129.96. What really stands out is the RSI sitting close to that midpoint, suggesting we might not be in a strong bullish trend right now. With the MACD signaling bearish, it's essential to stay cautious. A pullback could easily occur if we don't see some buying strength soon. Keep an eye on the overall market sentiment, it could swing fast, and we want to be ready for any surprises that may come our way. You know, it's interesting, we're seeing a bit of a tug of war here between the bulls and the bears, and I think that's what's making this trade so fascinating right now. The fact that we're down about 0.1% in the last hour, but still up around 2% on the day, tells me that there's still some underlying strength in this market. And if we take a step back and look at that 24-hour range, we've been as high as around 130, but also as low as 122.97, so we're kind of hovering in the middle of that range right now, which to me suggests we're waiting for some kind of catalyst to push us one way or the other. Alright, we've got some interesting movement here in the market, especially considering the 30-minute candle just formed. The price is hovering around 127.57, which is just shy of the upper range we've seen today. It's worth noting that we hit that high around 129.96 earlier, so there's definitely potential for a bounce back up if we can break through some of these small resistance levels. The overall sentiment seems mixed right now, but with that 24-hour change up about 2.7%, there's a glimmer of positivity. Let's see if we can maintain some upward momentum here. It's going to be crucial to keep an eye on those market dynamics and any potential shifts that could push us toward a rally. Alright, folks, we've got an interesting situation unfolding here with SOL. As we're sitting just below 128, there's a bit of a tug of war happening in this market. Sure, the price is down slightly over the last hour, but what's really fascinating is the 24-hour change showing a solid gain of about 2.6%. It's almost like the market's trying to reassess the bullish momentum it had yesterday. Keep an eye on that range of $122.97 to $129.96. We might see a breakout or a reversal as traders react to these recent price swings. The sentiment feels a bit tentative right now, so it'll be exciting to see if buyers step in or if we continue to drift lower. Alright, let's dive into what's happening with our SOL position. We're currently sitting at around 127, down slightly from our entry point of 127.93, which isn't ideal. The last hour has seen a small dip of about 0.36%. What's interesting here is the broader context of that 24-hour change being up 2.71%. It suggests that while we're in a temporary pullback, the overall momentum for the day is still positive. However, the indicators aren't painting the rosiest picture. With the RSI sitting just below 40 and the MACD signaling a bearish trend, it feels like we're at a crossroads. As we look at our position, we've got a couple of strategies on the table, but right now, it's crucial to keep an eye on how the market reacts. A break below that support could signal more trouble ahead, while if we start moving back towards that previous resistance level, Wow, looking at the current situation with SOL, it's a bit of a mixed bag. We're seeing the price hovering around 127.5. But what's really interesting is that it just dipped slightly in the last hour, down about 0.3%. Given that it hit a 24-hour high near 129.96, it seems like we're experiencing some profit-taking or maybe just a bit of indecision in the market. This could be an important moment. If we keep seeing downward pressure, it might signal a bigger shift. It's also worth noting that even with the overall 24-hour gain of about 2.75%, that recent dip might have some traders feeling uneasy. How this plays out in the coming moments could be very telling. As we look at the current situation with SOL, it's interesting to note that while we're seeing a slight dip in the last hour, the overall 24-hour change is still up about 2.5%. That really shows a bit of resilience in this market despite the recent fluctuations. The price has bounced between about 123 and just under 130, so we've got a solid range to work with. As we hover just below our entry point at around 127, it's worth considering the broader market sentiment right now. There might be some traders watching closely for any signs of a reversal or breakout. It's definitely a time to keep an eye on those market dynamics as we navigate through these price movements. Alright, let's dive into the details here. The market's showing some interesting movements, especially with that current price hovering around 127.5. Even though we saw a nice gain of about 2.7% over the last 24 hours, it's worth noting that the last hour's been pretty sluggish, down about 0.3%. The RSI is sitting just below 40, suggesting we might be flirting with oversold conditions, but that MACD isn't looking great. It's teetering right around 0 and the histogram's negative, which really points to bearish sentiment. There's definitely a bit of tension in the air as traders weigh their options. If we break below that recent range low of 122.97, we could see some additional selling pressure, so keep an eye on that. Alright, let's take a moment to consider the bigger picture here. The current price is hovering around 127.5, which puts us near the lower end of that 24-hour range. It's only a bit down from where we entered, but the past hour's slight drop could suggest some hesitance in the market. Let's not overlook the fact that while we're seeing a gain of about 2% over the last day, that RSI is sitting just below 40, indicating that we might be edging into oversold territory. This could mean that some buyers might step in soon, especially with the market being somewhat volatile lately. It's a good reminder to keep an eye on market sentiment, as even a small shift could lead us back up towards that target in no time. Wow, today's got a different vibe compared to yesterday for sure. Yesterday, we were cruising with increased optimism as prices rallied earlier, but right now, we're seeing a subtle pullback despite that 24-hour gain of about 2.7%. The price has dipped down to around 127 from those higher levels. Just shy of 130 definitely feels like the momentum's shifted a bit. What's interesting is how the market is teasing that $30 range, and it seems like traders are still feeling cautious with the current RSI sitting at 39.9. It's all about whether we can find that support and regain some ground before that target price calls for attention again. Wow, what a moment in the market right now. We're seeing SOL hovering around 127.52, which is just a bit under our bot's entry point of 127.93. The pressure is on with that current position showing a slight loss. Now, while the price is actually up about 2.7% over the last 24 hours, we've just had a minor dip in the past hour, down about 0.36%. What's really interesting here is that we're sitting with an RSI around 39.9, and that's definitely on the bearish side. If we don't see some buying pressure soon to regain that momentum, we could be looking at further declines, and that's something traders really need to watch out for. It's a tense situation, and getting back over 128 might be crucial to turn this around. Keep those eyes peeled. Wow, looking at the current setup, there's something intriguing happening here. The price of SOL just dropped to around 127.52 while we're holding a long position from 127.93. That's a decent swing against us right now, with the PNL dipping down about $22. But what really stands out is the fact that the overall market's still up about 2.7% over the last 24 hours, which indicates some volatility in this asset. It's interesting to see that we're sitting near the lower end of today's range, so even though the bot's in a bit of a bind, the broader market context might hint at a rebound. There's definitely a sense that this could swing either way, and traders need to keep their eyes peeled, as the RSI is sitting around 42, suggesting we're still in a bit of a bear mood right now. Let's see how this plays out as we inch closer to the next. Hey everyone, I've just noticed something intriguing on the chart. The price of SOL has been hovering around 127, but it's actually down slightly over the last hour, which gives us a sense of some potential volatility. The RSI is sitting at about 42, indicating we might be nearing oversold territory, but it's still in a bearish signal, especially with the MACD showing a bit of hesitation. This could create an interesting opportunity if it swings back. With the price bouncing between that 22 and 29 range over the last 24 hours, it seems we might see some action as traders look for a reversal. I'm definitely keeping an eye on this. It's one of those moments where the market might surprise us. We're seeing some interesting movement in the market right now, especially with Solana trading around 127. Despite that positive 24-hour change of about 2.6%, the last hour has been a bit sluggish, dipping by 0.25%. It's surprising to see the RSI is sitting at 42, which suggests there might be some room for upward momentum if the bulls kick in, but right now, the MACD's bearish signal is holding us back. We're definitely at a crossroads, and with that range of 122 to 129, it feels like we could either bounce back up or continue to drift lower in the near term. Keep a close eye on this one. Alright, let's take a moment to assess the broader context of what's going on with SOL right now. We see the price just under 127 and change, and though it's up about 2.5% over the last day, the last hour has seen a slight dip. That might seem small, but in the world of crypto, little movements can signal bigger shifts. What's really crucial here is the daily range, which is around 122 to 129. We're creeping closer to that upper boundary, and the fact that we're seeing some bearish signals from the MACD could suggest that the market is showing signs of exhaustion. That could mean there's a risk of pulling back as we near those levels. People need to consider that just because past performance has been strong, it doesn't mean we won't see a reversal if traders start taking profits around this point. So while our bot's holding tight, it's essential to keep an eye on market sentiment and external news. Alright, so we're sitting here with SOL hanging around 127.37, and even though it's down about 0.25% in the last hour, it's still managed to gain over 2.5% in the last 24 hours. It's interesting, right? We've seen the price bounce between about 122 and 129, and with the bot currently holding a long position, it feels like we need to watch if we can break through that key resistance at 128.43. There's a lot of action happening with this range, and with the RSI being in the 30s, it suggests we might be building a bit of momentum, potentially setting up for a nice move if we can catch a wave of buying interest. The long position is a bit in the red right now, but if we can hold above that support level we might just see a nice turnaround. It's all about timing here, so let's keep an eye on what's developing. Wow, it's interesting to see how the volatility has played out in the last 24 hours with SOL, right? We're currently around 127 with a bit of a tug of war happening, given that we've bounced between a range of about 122 to almost 130. That recent rise of around 2.5% has some traders feeling hopeful, but clearly the last hour has shown some slight dip, which could give folks pause. What really stands out is the sentiment shift. With the price moving down just a touch and sentiment leaning bearish from our indicators, this could be a moment where some traders decide to tighten their strategies or hedge a bit more. The DCA levels are in play, and I wonder if we'll see any adjustments as they weigh the potential risks. It's a waiting game now, and everyone's poised, keeping an eye on the price action to see which way this will break next. We're seeing some interesting dynamics unfold with SOL right now, especially given that it's been fluctuating just under that key psychological level of 130. The last hour's dip of about 0.25% could be a hint that traders are a little hesitant at this moment. It's fascinating how the 24-hour change shows a solid 2.5% gain, yet the price isn't moving as freely as you'd expect. Also, the overall market is in a tight range, with the highs not pushing much past 129, which might indicate some resistance forming. It's like the market is holding its breath, waiting for a cue to either break out or pull back sharply. With those RSI numbers sitting just below 40, it suggests we could see some new momentum if buyers step in. Whether that happens soon remains to be seen, but it's definitely a moment to watch closely as traders assess their options. It's interesting to see the current dynamics of the market right now, especially with SOL hovering around 127. With a small dip of about 0.25% in the last hour, it feels like we're at a bit of a standstill. The 24-hour change shows a positive uptick of over 2.5%, which is encouraging, but given the current price is below where our bot entered, some traders might be feeling a bit anxious. It's essential to keep an eye on the broader market sentiment, especially as SOL is moving in a relatively tight range, so if it can break through that upper level near 129, we might see some renewed momentum. Let's stay tuned and watch how it reacts. Alright folks, we're looking at some interesting dynamics right now in the SOL market. The current price is hovering around 127, which is a nice bump up about 2.5% over the last 24 hours. What's really intriguing here is that we've seen a bit of a dip in the last hour, down about 0.25%. That's a noticeable shift compared to yesterday's momentum where we were on a more consistent upward trend. What stands out today is the 24-hour range. We've touched almost 130, and now we're inching back down. The market's showing some volatility, and traders are definitely feeling this pullback after hitting that high. It's a pivotal moment, and how we respond to this dip could say a lot about where we go next. Keep your eyes peeled, because this could be the calm before the storm. Hey everyone, it looks like we're in a bit of an interesting spot right now with SOL. The current price is hovering around 127.37, and while it's up about 2.6% for the day, we just hit a little bump as it dipped down about 0.25% in the last hour. What's really gripping is that we're very close to that target price of 128.43, just a little more than 70 cents away. If the momentum shifts, we could see a quick bounce back, but I've got to say, it's curious how the price has been trading within that 24-hour range, keeping us pretty steady between 122 and 129. The market's showing some signs of indecision, so it'll be fascinating to see which way it breaks next. Alright, so we're sitting here with SOL trading around 127.50, and it's been an interesting ride lately. We're seeing a slight pullback in the last hour, down about 0.2 as it navigates around that key level. The 24-hour change is looking solid, up about 2.7%, but it's clear that there's some hesitance at this price point. With the recent high just under 130, traders might be keeping an eye on whether we can break through that resistance or if we'll see a dip back down towards the lower end of the range around 122. It's a pivotal moment. Will we push forward or retreat? That's the question right now. Wow, we're really in the thick of it right now with Solana. The price is hovering around 127, and while we've seen a nice uptick over the past 24 hours, things are feeling a little shaky in the short term. That small dip in the last hour is a bit concerning, especially with the RSI sitting around 42, indicating we're not quite in that bullish territory yet. It feels like traders might be a bit on edge, given this back and forth action, and that could lead to some volatility ahead. I'm curious to see if we can regain that momentum and push back towards the upper range of the day. Keep an eye on the indicators. There's definitely some tension in the air. Alright, folks, we're sitting right under that critical point with SOL at around 127.58, and it's been quite a ride today. The market's up about 2.7% over the last 24 hours, but if we zoom in, we've just dipped a little in the last hour. That RSI at 42.3 suggests we're still in that mid-range territory, and while the MACD is holding bullish, we're not breaking any major resistance just yet. You've got to wonder what the traders are feeling right now. With the price having bounced between 122 and almost 130, there's a mix of cautious optimism and lingering uncertainty. It's almost like the market is holding its breath, waiting for either a breakout or a pullback. Keep your eyes peeled, the next few minutes could really shake things up. It looks like we're in an interesting spot with SOL right now, holding steady around 127.65. The market's been pretty active today, with an overall increase of about 2.8% over the last 24 hours. While we've dipped slightly in the last hour, this type of consolidation can often create a springboard for the next move. And considering the broader daily range, it's fascinating how the price is currently hovering near the lower end of that spectrum. We're definitely in a place where a breakthrough or breakdown could be just around the corner, so let's keep an eye on how the market reacts in the next few moments. Alright, let's take a moment to consider the broader landscape here. With SOL currently sitting around 127.67 and showing a nice 2.85% gain over the last 24 hours, it's clear there's some bullish momentum in play. However, we see that the price dipped slightly in the last hour, which might have some traders feeling a bit anxious. Now, if we zoom out, it's interesting to note that the price has ranged between 122.97 and 129.96 in the last day. That gives us a solid context for where we are right now. The market can be a fickle friend, and while we have some positive movement, it's crucial to keep an eye on those support and resistance levels. As we continue watching these fluctuations, traders might be starting to think about what the next moves could be, especially as we approach that target price. The sentiment around SOL could certainly shift quickly, so it's a space to stay aware of. We're seeing a bit of a pullback here with the price of SOL sitting around 127.74, and it's down a touch from where our bot entered the long position. It's interesting to note that even though we're down just a little bit, the overall market is still up about 2.9% over the last 24 hours. That broader movement in the market might create opportunities here if we can catch that momentum again. It's also worth mentioning that we're not far from that 24-hour high of around 129.96, so we might just need a bit more push to get us back into a profitable position. With this slowdown in the last hour, it'll be important for us to keep an eye on how this plays out. Any shifts in buying behavior could be crucial here. Let's see how this develops. We could be in for an interesting ride. Hey everyone, it looks like we're sitting at around 127.75 right now, and while the price is slightly down from where our bot entered, there's something intriguing happening beneath the surface. The 24-hour change shows a solid gain of about 2.9%, so there's definitely some bullish momentum in the market, but right now, we've got this little dip in the last hour that's just over 0%. What's really interesting to note is how close we are to that high of 129.96 within the last 24 hours. It seems like the market is testing the waters, and a veteran trader might see that as a potential sign of volatility, especially if it can break that resistance level. The fact that we're hovering near that last hour's slight pullback could also indicate a consolidation phase, which often precedes a strong move. With the RSI sitting around 49.70, we're not overbought or oversold, which means there's. Hey everyone, you know what just caught my eye? We're sitting here with SOL trading at around 127.75, and even with that tiny dip of about 7 cents in the last hour, we've seen quite a nice uptick of almost 3% over the past day. That's pretty solid, especially considering the volatility we've been seeing lately. What's intriguing is that the price is just a bit off the high for the last 24 hours, which was nearing 129.96. I can't help but think there's some significant momentum building here, especially as traders might be eyeing that previous resistance level. If we can break through that resistance, it could set the stage for some exciting movement. Let's keep our eyes peeled for that. Alright, let's dig into what's happening here because there are some interesting dynamics at play. We're seeing SOL at about 127.7, which is a bit below our entry price of 127.9. It's always a bit nerve-wracking to see the price inch down a little, especially when we're so close to that target price of 128.4. The market's been pretty volatile lately, fluctuating between 122 and almost 130, so that's something to keep our eyes on. What's crucial to consider here is the broader sentiment in the crypto market. With the price being up about 2.9% over the last 24 hours, it's clear traders are a bit bullish, but there's still that uncertainty lingering, especially given the slight dip in the last hour. If we don't get a solid push up soon, it could lead to some emotional trading where people might start second-guessing their positions, leading to a quicker exit. It seems like we're experiencing a bit of a pause here. The market's just taking a breather after that nice 2.5% pop over the past 24 hours, and now we're seeing a slight dip, down about 0.1% in the last hour. I've gotta say, that's not uncommon after a move like that, and it's actually a good thing we're not seeing a sharper correction, considering we're still holding a long position around 127.70. What's really caught my attention, though, is how the bot's holding steady, not getting shaken out of this trade, and that's a testament to its strategy, just waiting for the next move, which could be a continuation of that earlier uptrend. We'll see how this plays out, but for now, it's a waiting game, and I'm curious to see how the market responds to this little consolidation phase we're in. Alright, folks, we've got an interesting situation brewing here with SOL right now. The price is currently hovering around 127.79, and while we're seeing a solid 24-hour change of almost 3% in the green, it slightly dipped in the last hour. What's catching my attention is that we've been pretty close to that target price of 128.43, but the market's showing some hesitance. Now, with the RSI sitting at around 50, we're right in that neutral zone, and given how tight the range has been lately, I can't help but feel a bit of tension. Traders might be expecting it to move decisively one way or the other. There's definitely a risk here of a pullback if we don't break past that target soon. If you look at the P&L, we're down a little, which might be causing some nerves. So it's all about whether the bulls can muster enough momentum to push through or if we're in for a. We're seeing SOL hovering just under 128 right now, and what's interesting is the price action has been pretty steady, only up about 3% over the last 24 hours. The last hour's been pretty flat, with just a slight uptick, but that RSI is sitting right around 50, signaling we might be stuck in this range for a bit. What's really noteworthy is that we're close to the top of that 24-hour range, which means a breakout could be imminent if the momentum shifts. Traders will definitely want to keep an eye on broader market sentiment here because if we break through that resistance, it could open up some solid gains, but if we slip back down, it might be a different story. Alright, let's dive into what's happening here with the SOL scalper bot. So, we're currently sitting at around 127, with the price having moved up about 2.8% over the past 24 hours. It's interesting because we've hit a range between about 122 and 130, and we're still within that, but the current price is trailing the entry point of 127.9. What's really crucial to consider now is how this long position might be vulnerable in this scenario. With the RSI sitting around 50, indicating a bit of neutrality, and a bearish signal on the MACD, it suggests that the momentum could shift against us. If we fail to gain ground soon, especially with that target just above 128, there's a risk of this trade slipping further into negative P&L territory. It's a delicate balancing act because while the price is showing some resilience, it certainly feels like we're at a crossroads. We need to watch. Alright, so here we are, just a bit before 8 o'clock, and the market for SOL is a little more lively today compared to yesterday. We're currently hanging around 127 6/10, which is actually up almost 3% in the last 24 hours. But what's interesting is the trading range we've seen. Yesterday, we dipped down to about 122 9/10 before making a push up towards nearly 130. What stands out to me is that even after that price surge, we're feeling a bit of resistance right now, and the P&L shows we're not quite in the green just yet. With the price still below our entry point, it makes me wonder if there's some hesitation from other traders about pushing further up. Are they taking a step back, waiting to see if this upward momentum has enough strength to break through that psychological barrier at 130? It's definitely a waiting game right now. Alright, folks, we're at an intriguing moment with Solana trading at around 127.61. The last hour brought a slight uptick, but it's really the overall market mood that's gripping. Up about 2.8% over the last 24 hours, we've seen quite a swing, bouncing between about 122.97 and 129.96. There's a palpable tension in the air. Traders are weighing their next moves, especially with the price hovering below our entry point. It's making me think about the emotional stakes here. Anyone holding a long position might be feeling a bit anxious since they're currently in the red. This could lead to hesitation or maybe even second-guessing decisions as we approach that 30-minute mark. Keep an eye on how the market players react. Are they getting jittery, or staying calm? That could shift the dynamic in just a blink. Wow, what a difference a day makes. We're seeing some solid momentum today with the price of SOL hovering around 127.61, which is up about 2.8% from yesterday. It's interesting to note that we're currently stuck just below that key resistance level of 128, which is likely putting a little pressure on traders. The RSI is right around 50, indicating we're in a balanced spot, but the bearish signal on the MACD might suggest that buyers are losing some steam. So, it's crucial we keep an eye on that. A break above 128 could really shift the momentum, but for now, it feels like we're in a bit of a holding pattern. It's interesting to see how the market's moving around the current price, which is hovering just below 128. We're experiencing a bit of a stall here, and although the 24-hour change is looking solid with that uptick of about 2.8%, it feels like we're in a kind of limbo. One thing that stands out is that the low for the day was just around 123, which gives us a sense of volatility in this market. Now, there's a potential for price action to surprise us, with the current 24-hour range spiking up to close to 130, it seems like there's room to run. If we break above that target price, it could trigger some momentum, especially if other traders are watching those levels closely. And while the current sentiment reads bearish on some indicators, the overall market seems to be healing a bit. It's that kind of tension where we could see a shift in sentiment any moment now. Keep an eye on this. We're seeing a pretty tight range in the last hour, down just a tad at 0.03%, and that's got me thinking that we're due for a breakout, one way or the other. It's like the market is holding its breath, waiting for a spark to set it off, and with the 24-hour change still looking healthy at up around 2.5%, I'm wondering if we're gonna see a continuation of that upward momentum. Maybe some fresh buyers are gonna come in and push us higher. The current price is hovering around 127.70, so we're still within striking distance of the daily high, and I'm keeping a close eye on the chart, waiting to see what's gonna happen next. Alright, so looking at the current scene with SOL, we're seeing a bit of a tug of war here. The price is hovering around 127.85, which is just shy of where our position was opened. It's interesting that we had a solid uptick earlier with that 3% gain over the last 24 hours, but now we're seeing this slight dip of just a hair, about 0.03% in the last hour. With the RSI sitting at around 46, we're kind of in that neutral zone, and that MACD isn't doing us any favors being so close to zero, signaling that the momentum is bearish right now. I think traders are feeling a little cautious. There's a sense that we could go either way, but with that recent gain, there might be some profit taking happening, which is totally normal after a run like this. It feels like a bit of a waiting game, doesn't it? The market psychology here could be. Alright, so the price of SOL is hanging around 127.85, and it's interesting that we're down just a smidge over the last hour. But what really catches my eye is that RSI sitting at around 46, pretty neutral, but it tells us there's not much momentum either way right now. The MACD is showing a slight bearish signal, which could indicate some hesitation in the market. Given that we're inching towards the upper boundary of the 24-hour range, it'll be critical to watch whether we can push past that 129 mark or if this bearish sentiment pulls us back under. Keep an eye on the charts. There's definitely some tension building here. Alright, we're watching SOL right now, and something interesting is brewing. The price has been hovering around 127.86 for a bit, and while we've seen a nice 3% uptick in the last 24 hours, the last hour hasn't really shown much movement. What's really intriguing is that we're now just a hair away from that target price of 128.43. That's definitely something to keep an eye on, because if we can get over that hump, it could signal a nice shift in momentum. The market's been a bit stagnant, but a little push could really bring some excitement back into play. Alright, folks, let's take a moment to step back from the numbers and think about the broader picture with this bot trading SOL. We're seeing a current price around 127 and change, which is just a tad down from where it entered the long position, but that gain in the last 24 hours is definitely something to keep an eye on. The market's been pretty active, with a solid change of almost 3%, and it's interesting how this volatility can affect trader psychology. I mean, we've got that RSI sitting comfortably in the middle, and while the MACD is showing a bearish signal, it doesn't mean we should panic just yet. This could actually spark some creative strategies. With traders likely eyeing that target price up at 128.43, there might be an opportunity for some quick, nimble moves if the market decides to rally again. It's all about what happens next. Keeping that in mind, it'll be fascinating to see if the Right now, we're seeing SOL hovering around 127.82, just a bit shy of that target price. It's interesting to see that the market's been fairly stable, with a 24-hour change of up almost 3%. This kind of movement can create a sense of caution. Volatility is always lurking around the corner, especially with prices moving within that 24-hour range. What's really worth noting is the last hour's movement. It's barely budged up, just a slight increase of 0.09%, which tells me there might be some hesitation among traders. This could be a moment for us to gauge the sentiment in the market, as traders assess whether to push higher or take profits. It's a delicate dance right now, and keeping an eye on those larger trends could be key. Alright, so looking at the current setup with SOL, I can't help but notice the last hour's slight uptick of almost 0.1%, which feels like we're just kind of treading water here. But what really stands out is that we're in such a tight range, almost near the upper limit of it at around 129.96, yet we're still not pushing forward aggressively. It's curious that we're so close to that target price of 128.43. You'd think with a 2.93% gain over the last 24 hours, there'd be a bit more momentum. Maybe it's a matter of waiting for the market to pick a direction, but given the P&L dip we're seeing right now, it makes me wonder if this consolidation phase is a sign of something brewing. Is the market waiting for a catalyst, or are traders just feeling cautious after this rally? It's intriguing to see how that plays out. Wow, folks, the market's really heating up today. With SOL currently sitting at around 128, we're seeing the price inching closer to that 24-hour high of nearly 130. It's interesting that even with the slight dip we're experiencing right now, the overall daily change is still up about 3%, indicating some solid momentum. What's really catching my eye is the RSI hanging around 51, which is right at that neutral level, while the MACD is just hovering around 0. It's a bit of a mixed signal, suggesting we might need to tread carefully here. The bearish indicator could mean some choppiness ahead, but with the market thriving overall, it's definitely a time to keep our eyes peeled for any sudden shifts in sentiment. Let's see how this plays out. The energy is palpable. Right now, we're seeing SOL trading at around 127.77, which is just a bit below our entry point. It's interesting to note that the price has been moving in a relatively tight range over the last 24 hours, with a high close to 129.96. This could indicate some consolidation as traders weigh their options ahead of potentially more volatility. The market sentiment seems to be cautiously optimistic, with a daily change of about 2.9%, but it's important to remember that the RSI is sitting right at 51. That suggests we might not have a strong momentum in either direction just yet. Keep an eye on those levels, as any shift could bring big changes, especially with the market dynamics we're experiencing. Looks like we're at a pretty interesting moment. although we're seeing a slight dip in our current position with SOL hanging around 127.70. The market's been pretty stable over the last 24 hours, with a nice uptick of almost 3%, but this little pullback right now feels like a moment to catch our breath. It's worth noting we've hit a low today just below 123 at around 122.97, but seeing it wiggle back to nearly 130 feels like a solid sign of resilience in this crypto sea. What's really captivating is the broader context. Sentiment feels pretty cautious despite those promising numbers. Even with the RSI sitting right in the middle around 51, there's chatter in the market that could shake things up. So while we've got decent movement, it might feel like the calm before a storm if we can't break out past that resistance. Let's keep our eyes peeled and see if we can ride this wave or if. Alright, let's take a step back and look at the broader picture here. We're seeing SOL sitting at around 127.70, quite close to its recent highs but also at the lower end of the 24-hour range, which spanned from about 122 to just under 130. With the price being down a bit from our entry, it's essential to note that the current momentum might not support an aggressive rally just yet. As we observe that slight rise in the last hour up about 0.09%, it's worth considering any potential external factors influencing market sentiment. We could be approaching some resistance, given how quickly we've risen over the last day. Investors need to stay alert. Any adverse news or sentiment in the broader market could amplify the bearish signals we're seeing, possibly dragging prices down further. So while things seem stable for now, a cautious approach could save some traders from unnecessary risk. Alright, guys, so here's something that really caught my eye. We're sitting right now at around 127.8, and even though the daily change is looking solid at up almost 3%, it's fascinating to see that we're actually closer to the lower end of the 24-hour range. We've seen this price swing between about 122 and 130, and right now, we're hovering at that 127 level, which has been pretty stable. It's like the market's taking a breather after that recent rally, and with the PNL sitting in the red, there's definitely a sense of potential tension here. If we can break through that upside pressure, this could become quite a ride, so we'll want to keep an eye on how the momentum shifts. It's always intriguing to see where the next move takes us. Wow, we're in a really interesting spot right now. The price is just hovering around 127.81, and while we're seeing a slight uptick, it's clear we're battling some resistance. The PNL is in the red, so there's definitely some tension here, and we're just a bit off our entry point. The market's been moving within a range, and that's a crucial point to keep an eye on. If we break above 128, it could spark some momentum, but right now, it's feeling a bit stagnant. Let's see if the price can pick up some steam and turn that PNL around. We're sitting here with SOL trading at around 127.85, just a little below our entry price. It's interesting because the market's been buzzing with action lately, showing a solid 24-hour change up about 3%. There's a bit of a tug of war happening right now. The price is hovering close to that support level we saw earlier in the day. The real question is whether we can push back up to that target after this slight dip. If buyers step in soon, we could see momentum build, especially with that recent price volatility between 122 and 129. It feels like we're at a pivotal point. A little push could really change the game here, especially considering the overall trend we've been experiencing. Let's keep an eye on whether the bulls come back strong or if we see a further pullback. So, looking at the current setup, we're really in an interesting spot with this SOL long position. The price just dipped a bit, sitting at around 127.85, which is just below our entry point. Now, even though the 24-hour change shows a solid gain of about 3%, it's worth noting we're kind of in a tug of war here. We've been flirting with that upper range of 129.96 but haven't made it there just yet. What's particularly intriguing is that we're kind of at a critical juncture, where a minor shift could lead to either a bounce back toward that target price of 128.43 or potentially push us deeper into negative territory. It's a perfect example of how the crypto market can keep us on our toes. Patience might be key here, and it's always a good reminder that these setups can change rapidly. So, let's keep an eye on any momentum shifts in the next few minutes. Alright, folks, let's dive deep here because there's something brewing that we need to pay attention to. The price is currently hanging around 127.78, and even though we've seen this nice little bump of almost 3% in the last 24 hours, we're still feeling the pressure since we're slightly below our entry point. What's interesting is that despite this upward movement, the market sentiment can be a bit tricky. That RSI sitting right at 50 means we're basically at a stalemate, we aren't showing strong momentum in either direction. With the MACD giving us a bearish signal and that histogram barely in the red, it makes you wonder, are buyers losing steam? Sure, we're only a tiny bit from hitting our target, but if the sentiment shifts, we could see a potential pullback that catches a lot of traders off guard. We're at the edge here, and it's crucial to keep your eyes peeled on news and broader market trends because we've got a pretty interesting moment here with SOL trading at around 127.78. The market's been relatively stable, and while we're seeing a slight uptick of about 2.9% over the last 24 hours, the momentum seems to be hanging in there. Looking at the indicators, we're at that kind of middle ground with the RSI right at 50, which suggests neither a strong buy nor sell signal. The MACD is showing a bit of a bearish indication, and that could make traders a bit cautious here. So, while we might be in a wait-and-see mode, it's definitely a pivotal moment to watch closely as we see if that price can hold steady or if there will be a shift. We've got a bit of an interesting situation brewing here with SOL right now. Even though it's holding steady with a slight uptick in the last hour, the bearish signal on the MACD could be hinting at potential volatility ahead. The RSI is hovering around 51, suggesting we're not exactly in overbought territory, but it also means there's room to move downwards if these weaker buying pressures persist. The 24-hour range showed a high of around 129, but if we can't hold above the current price, folks might need to brace themselves for a pullback. It's definitely a moment to watch closely how it reacts to that recent resistance level. We're seeing the price of SOL sitting at around 127.80, just below our entry point. It's interesting to note that despite a solid gain of almost 3% over the last 24 hours, the market's really been in a tight range between about 122 and 130. It's been a bit of a roller coaster, hasn't it? With the last hour only moving up 0.25%, we might be in a bit of a holding pattern right now. This could be an opportunity to watch how the broader market reacts to any news or sentiment shifts that might be coming our way, especially as we inch closer to our target price. Keeping an eye on that can really help us make informed decisions moving forward. Here we are sitting at around 127.81, just a tad below our entry point of 127.93. It's interesting because we're seeing some positive momentum with that 2.9% gain over the last 24 hours, but I can't help but feel a bit cautious. We're currently in a long position with a small loss of about 670, and while the price has bounced back from that lower range, there's always the risk of hitting a resistance at 128.43 where we're targeting. That 24-hour high of 129.96 is hanging out there, but if we fail to break through that, we could see some selling pressure. The RSI is still floating around neutral territory, which tells me we're not in an overbought situation yet, but given the bearish signal from the MACD, one has to wonder if the momentum is really there to push us higher. Keep an eye on that because a sudden reversal could catch us off. Alright, so looking at the current situation with Solana, we're seeing the price at around 127.80 with a nice little bump of almost 3% over the past 24 hours. That's a solid recovery from the lower range we had just yesterday when it dipped to about 122. It's fascinating to compare the market sentiment today versus yesterday. It feels like there's more momentum in play now, even if we're still just slightly below our entry price. What's really interesting is the fact that we're kind of in this tight range right now, with today's peak hitting just shy of 130. It makes me wonder if traders are getting more optimistic, especially as we edge closer to that target price set above. This could mean we see some buying pressure coming in, especially with the confidence building spike today. It feels like the market's gearing up for something, and we're right in the thick of it, just waiting to see how it all plays out. How exciting! Right now, we're seeing SOL hold pretty steady at around 127.76, which is just slightly below our entry point. The market's up about 2.8% over the last 24 hours, but the last hour only climbed a bit, so it seems like we might be hitting some resistance here. Looking at the RSI, it's hovering right at 51, suggesting we're in a neutral zone, which could mean we're due for some movement one way or the other. The MACD is also showing a bearish signal right now, indicating caution, that could impact the momentum if sellers start stepping in. Let's keep an eye on how the market reacts as we approach the key levels. It'll be interesting to see if bulls can regain control. Alright, folks, let's dive right into the action. We're seeing Solana at about 127.76, and it's been on a nice little upward trend in the last hour, up about 0.27%. That's got to feel good, especially after bouncing around between 122 and 129 in the last 24 hours. But keep an eye on that bearish signal from the MACD, it might just cast a shadow on this little rally if momentum doesn't pick up soon. We're sitting at an interesting crossroads here, with the market showing some volatility and the potential to push higher or pull back. Let's stay sharp, things could change fast. Wow, it's really interesting to see how SOL is moving this morning. We're sitting around 127.76, which isn't far from our target at 128.43. The market's been pretty lively with a 24-hour change up about 2.8%, and it even touched a high near 129.96 earlier. I have to say, this range looks like it could be setting the stage for a breakout, especially if we can maintain this positive momentum. Keep an eye on that price action as we get closer to our target, it could spark some exciting moves. You know, even though the price is sitting around 127.78 right now,